Chapter 42-28. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. At this moment, he was accumulating power. He wanted to kill all of his opponents in one fell swoop. Facing thousands of figures, he fought while retreating. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, a golden light flickered in his eyes. He was using his eye technique, but he was secretly using it. Moreover, it was not very powerful. He wanted to subtly influence his opponent's soul and not let his opponent discover it. Now that his opponent had the upper hand, he must be very arrogant. He wanted to make use of this point to make the other party extremely arrogant. He wanted to make his opponent completely crazy. As expected, seeing Lin Xian retreating, the corners of Sikong Lai's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Kid, go to hell." Thousands of figures all rushed over, directly enveloping Lin Xian. The entire arena was also completely covered. These figures seemed to have turned into locusts, lying on Lin Xian's body, and began to madly absorb Lin Xian's power to strengthen these figures. Lin Xian could not move. He felt his power being drained, but he smiled. Great, it's finally working. These people all rushed over without a care for anything else. In the next moment, the light flickered. The great dragon sword soul roared and countless sword chi formed a sword Dao world. It directly enveloped these people completely. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, those figures were attacked and their bodies cracked. However, the sinister voice said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You'll only make me more and more." Lin Xian did not say anything. He activated the great attack sword soul with all his strength, and slashed wildly. Gradually, Space-Time Hunter's expression changed. Damn it, what's going on? He found that his figure had fallen into a pool of blood. Before he could reform a new body, he was killed again. Moreover, these sword chi carried a biting cold aura, which prevented those wounds from healing. He found that his figure was gradually decreasing. Damn it, his opponent still had such a biting cold sword chi. He wanted to retreat. However, he found that the entire sword Dao world had already enveloped everything. He had no way out. What shocked him even more was that his entire body had entered the sword to the world. Not a single part of him was left behind. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still be careful and leave one of them outside just in case. But now, he didn't stay. This was too surprising. Damn it, what's going on? When he saw the strange light in Lin Xian's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. You used an eye technique on me. That's right. Looks like you're not that stupid. I did use an eye technique on you. Therefore, you won't be able to escape. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Space-Time Hunter roared. Since he had no way out, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Countless terrifying laws appeared on his body, and the remaining figures charged over together. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everything was over. Endless sword chi exploded, and everything ended very quickly. Everyone was wiped out, and their blood was wiped out by him. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. At this moment, the terrifying space breaker beast was completely slain by him. The spectators outside were also stunned when they saw this scene. They only saw countless figures pouncing toward Lin Xian. Then, sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body, completely enveloping the entire arena. After that, they couldn't see anything. What battle had happened? How was it? The people from the demon city sneered. How dare you question the strength of the lashing space breaker beast? You really don't know what's good for you. Indeed, they weren't worried at all. Only those old monsters could kill the lashing space breaker beast. No one in the younger generation could do it. But when the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? They found that there was only one person in the arena, and that was Lin Xian. Space-time rift, then where did he go? No way, did he hide? Exclamations rang out. The people from the demon city were also shocked and doubtful. They roared, "Kid, where did you take Sikong Lai? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He had already been sent to hell. What? That was impossible. Everyone was stunned. The people from the demon city were even more shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King also opened his eyes. His gaze was rarely seen in all directions as a huge soul pressure pressed down on him. It seemed that he was searching, but not long after, his expression became incomparably ugly. What was going on? He really couldn't sense Space-Time Lie's aura. Could it be that he was really killed by him? The three referee elders also descended from the sky and began to search the surroundings. Then, they said that Space-Time Lie's life was unknown. This battle was won by the sword maniac. His life was unknown. Everyone gasped. That was a space breaker beast. It could split into countless bodies. How could he disappear? Now that he wasn't here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Not even a drop of blood was left. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. What method did this sword maniac use to be so powerful? Great! Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Wan Jianyi also frowned. The other party's sword qi was so strange. As an expert of the sword Dao, he felt threatened. The people from the demon city were completely dumbfounded. I'll fight it out with you. Many people rushed out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll send you to hell together. These people stopped in midair. They didn't dare to fight with the other party at all. For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. They were in an abnormally sorry state. A bunch of trash, you don't even have the courage to fight with me. Get lost. Lin Xian roared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone came back. Soaring Sky Sage King shouted coldly. Everyone from the demon city came back. After that, they didn't make another move because this time, they were truly frightened. Originally, even Soaring Sky Sage King thought that the Space Breaker Beast's attack was absolutely foolproof. But now, the Space Breaker Beast was actually killed. Were they going to use a stronger trump card? They weren't confident. So for a period of time, the demon city seemed to be asleep. No one spoke, and no one came out to fight. A man and a sword suppressed Xincheng's head. This was probably the first time in history. The surrounding demon city's people also had a solemn expression. Until now, they still didn't know which force this person was from. However, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The demon city was actually scared. As for the other demon city, many people also died in the hands of the other party. However, everyone realized that the other party didn't attack all the demon city. Instead, he attacked a few specific demon city. Could it be that this person had a grudge with those demon city? In an instant, they thought of a possibility. That was that Peerless City had a grudge with those demon city. Only Peerless City, right? Chapter 42-29. Could it be that this matter was really related to Peerless City? Everyone started guessing. Wushuang City dares to go against us. The Acheron Hall's Silver Corpse Sage King received the news and his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's time for us to send our hunters to teach Wushuang City a lesson. They sent out their own hunters. Even the Great Desolation Mansion sent out their hunters. In an instant, these hunters moved in the dark, keeping an eye on Wushuang City. Soon, someone exclaimed. Wushuang City also felt the pressure. People like Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng from Stillwater Sky City were being hunted. Retreat quickly. Fu Hongye shouted coldly, telling them not to fight back. These people had no choice but to retreat. Even Ghostly was severely injured. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. They could see that someone was targeting Wushuang City. Lin Xian saw it too. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. These people were so reckless. It seemed like he had to continue. But before that, he had to do something. He had killed many people in a row. Therefore, at this moment, he had a lot of winning streaks. He had won 50 matches in a row. This was an equally dazzling record. So once he appeared, he would be targeted by countless people. Although he was confident in himself, This was a Dao debate after all. Maybe there would be a terrifying expert. So Lin Xian decided to give away his winning streak first. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, he sent a message to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing smiled and walked down, while Lin Xian went up. In the surroundings, those people were all stupefied when they saw this. It couldn't be, right? This guy was actually going to make a move against the favored daughter of heaven? Even the people from Demon City were stunned. This guy is going to attack Kunlun Pavilion? It shouldn't be. Isn't he from Wushuang City? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The people from Kunlun Pavilion were also stunned. But soon, they widened their eyes in disbelief. After Lin Xian went up, he said calmly, "So it's Fairy Murong. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, I'm shocked. I hope that fairy will show mercy." Murong Qingqing threw out a palm strike. Lin Xian didn't resist and immediately retreated. Fairy's palm strength is so good that I am ashamed of my inferiority. Then, he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded, and I cursed the heavens. What was the meaning of this? Was he admitting defeat just like that? Damn it, he was giving away his winning streak. Some of the sacred cities instantly understood what was going on, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't say anything. They were willing to do this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Xian made them vomit blood. Lin Xian said, "I learned it from Wan Yaoqing." The people from the Demon City were about to go mad with anger. Just like that, Murong Qingqing obtained Lin Xian's 50-match winning streak and instantly entered the 100-match winning streak. This was a very difficult task. After all, everyone here was an expert and a genius. A 50-match winning streak was already very heaven-defying. A 200-match winning streak could be said to be a legend. At this moment, Murong Qingqing completed a 100-match winning streak. He was actually the first to do so. In an instant, countless people looked up to him. Damn it, we have to speed up. Wang Jianyi also had to hurry up and get the hunters to come back and give him his winning streak. He also wanted to achieve a 100-match winning streak. It was the same for the Great Desolate Mansion, Lei Xingqing, and Acheron Hall. The battles became even more intense. Lin Xian didn't have any more winning streaks. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Very good, it was time to start hunting again. This time, his target was Acheron Hall. This time, he was going to beat Acheron Hall into submission. Murong Qingqing returned to the place where the Kunlun Pavilion was located with 100 consecutive victories. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion were also confused. "Qingqing, do you know that person?" To be honest, they naturally knew that they were giving away their winning streaks. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, "Maybe I know him." The elders of Kunlun Pavilion didn't ask further. After all, it was a good thing for them. On the other side, the people of Wushuang City were also surprised. Who exactly is this person? Why do I feel that he is on our side? Wushuang's sage also smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything because he felt that it wasn't time yet. However, when he looked down, he frowned. He said, "You guys should pay attention next. The hunters from Sacred City have already made their move. If you encounter an extremely strong enemy, you must protect yourself. Losing 1 or 2 matches is nothing to be afraid of." The people of Wushuang City also looked solemn. Indeed, they had suffered a fierce attack previously. Some of the genius disciples of the 3rd generation had also lost. Even some of the disciples of the 2nd generation had been affected. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It attracted everyone's attention. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their faces instantly changed. Not good, it's junior sister Shin. Damn it, are these people attacking again? They realized that an extremely cold aura had suddenly erupted from the battlefield where Shin Jingqiu was. 2 white bone claws covered the sky and covered the earth. They could tear everything apart as they suppressed Shin Jingqiu. Junior sister Shin was in danger. Fu Hongye and the others' eyes instantly turned red. They had already lost Lin Xian. They couldn't let Xin Jingqiu be in danger. In an instant, they rushed to the side, but they couldn't enter the arena. After all, there were rules in the competition. Lin Xian naturally noticed the scene. He was still thinking about who to attack, but now he saw someone attacking Xin Jingqiu. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he walked closer. The person attacking Xin Jingqiu was extremely skinny. He looked like a skeleton. At this moment, he had transformed into 2 white bone claws. With a cold aura, he drowned out everything. This person's strength was so strong that countless people were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to be hidden in this battlefield. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, this person was much stronger than the average sacred artifact. Moreover, he had used a secret technique. He could feel that this person didn't hesitate to destroy his own foundation to attack. This was simply crazy. In the sky, 4 white bone claws appeared at the same time and forced Xin Jingqiu to retreat. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. Xin Jingqiu stabilized herself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but a Dharma idol appeared behind her. It was surrounded by chains of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient god had been resurrected. This battle had attracted the attention of countless elders in the holy city. Even the saint rulers had opened their eyes. They stared at the Dharma idol. Many of them had a puzzled look. On the Acheron Hall side, the Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes lit up. She was indeed mysterious to be able to summon such a phenomenon. From the looks of it, her fortuitous encounter was not small. Unfortunately, she would definitely lose this time. Lin Wude was already dead. There was no need for anyone related to Lin Wude to live in this world. Everyone could go to hell. In the arena, the white bone claws shone again. Blood dripped from the corner of the skinny man's mouth. His body swayed. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. However, this attack was even more terrifying. Chapter 42:30. Not good, Xin Jingqiu is in danger. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian said telepathically. Qiu, retreat quickly. Xin Jingqiu wanted to attack and defend, but when she heard Lin Xian's words, she retreated without hesitation. The heaven and earth Dharma form behind her stretched out 2 palms in front of her. Like 2 mountains, it blocked all the attacks. Xin Jingqiu was pushed back and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, she had already left the battle area. She actually left? Many people were shocked. Even the people from Wushuang City were discussing. They were worried just now, but they did not expect Xin Jingqiu to retreat. She was so decisive. The people from Acheron Hall were left with a grim expression. Damn it, they did not manage to keep her here. It was a pity, but her cosmic form was indeed out of their expectations. There was no hurry, there were plenty of chances. They had already figured out her strength this time, they would not let her escape next time. The Silver Corpse Sage King said coldly. On the other side, the 4 skeletal hands returned to the man's body. The man's face was pale. He stared at Xin Jingqiu and revealed a cold smile. I actually let you escape this time. The next time I meet you, I will kill you. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There is still a next time? Do you think you can live until the next time? A terrifying sword intent was released from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. The skinny man was stunned, but then he laughed. Don't you know the rules here? You can't fight outside the arena. Try attacking me, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. He walked down the arena. He came to Lin Xian's side with a hint of provocation. Kid, I will not give you the chance to attack. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed. Do you really think that I am willing to attack you? When you attacked previously, you exploded with power that surpassed everything. It has already burned your foundation. You are self-destructing. Trash like you is not worthy of my attack. However, I have already guessed your background. If I let you witness the fall of your Acheron Hall's peerless genius with your own eyes, I wonder how you will feel. At this point, Lin Xian turned and walked away. People of Acheron Hall, you're dead meat. Do you want to die? An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from the skinny figure's eyes, but he was unable to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like you know the rules very well. You won't be able to stop me outside the arena. Damn it, he had said those words to prevent the other party from attacking him. Who would have thought that he would end up slapping his own face? The skinny man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The people around him were really surprised. Heavens, looks like this sword maniac is going to attack the Acheron Palace. Does he think that our Yellow Springs Hall is a pushover? When the people of Acheron Hall heard this, they snorted coldly as well. Since the other party dared to come, they had ways to get rid of him completely. Lin Xian arrived near the Yellow Springs shop and said coldly, "Come on, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. Is there anyone who dares to come out and stand with yours truly? I heard that your Yellow Springs shop has someone called Nine Nether? Come out." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a challenge? He wondered if the Acheron Hall would respond. Who was Nine Nether? He was really unfamiliar. Some of the people were surprised. However, some of the top experts narrowed their eyes. They knew this person. His strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. He had even participated in the test of the paradise, and succeeded. He had even broken through to the Saint Realm. A person like this was far from those Saint Realm saints from before. The sword maniac was challenging someone like this right from the start? When the elders of the Acheron Hall heard this, they were enraged. Nine Nether stood out. You don't know what's good for you. Challenging me? That's good. It's time for me to show off my strength. After saying that, he flew forward. The Silver Corpse Saint King did not stop him. He felt that Nine Nether would not be defeated. He knew Nine Nether's strength very well. Nine Nether's true form was an earth dragon. He had entered a few ancient ruins and obtained many powerful trump cards. There were not many people who could defeat Nine Nether. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. A cold laugh rang out. Then, a figure landed on the arena like a comet. He waved his hand. Come up and accept your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You actually dare to come out. This is really out of my expectations. Looking at your identity and strength, you should be the top genius of the Acheron Hall. If you die, I wonder what the Acheron Hall's reaction will be. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them faced each other. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The moment they appeared, the laws on their bodies tore the nine heavens apart. Countless cracks appeared. Sword Maniac, you're very strong because you've also participated in the test of the paradise. Unfortunately, your strength and talent are nothing in front of me. I've successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but you haven't. This is the difference between us. Is that so? I didn't break through to the Saint Realm because I don't need the cultivation of a Saint Realm to kill you. I can also kill you as a small saint. Lin Xian's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Countless swords she revolved around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular scene. On the other side, Nine Nether also made his move. Endless cold aura appeared behind him. It was as if he had rushed out from hell. He turned into 5 shadows, flickering in the sky. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. They were like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. The 5 shadows let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Then, they quickly charged over. How terrifying. Why do I feel that he can kill a Saint Realm expert with just a casual attack? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram! With a roar, lightning surged on his body. Accompanying it was the sound of a dragon. It was as if a sea dragon had been resurrected. At this moment, the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their blood and chi froze. The 3 great dragon clans in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's dragon roar shocked them. At the same time, the 5 shadows in the sky split apart one after another, turning into dark clouds that rolled up. A single roar was enough to destroy an ultimate technique. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian took a step forward and sneered. Don't embarrass yourself with this little trick. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Why is this kid so strange? That's the Acheron Hall. Some of the elders frowned. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. Even the elders had to be careful when facing them. However, they were shattered by the other party's roar. Just how strong has he become? Nine Nether's face sank as well. Dark flames bloomed in his eyes. Interesting. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to take you seriously. Yi Shiwen thought. I hope you won't disappoint me. Nine Nether sneered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Chapter 42-31. Endless demonic runes surged out of his body. Nine Gloom roared as if he was wearing an ancient armor. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of war. What kind of armor is that? But it doesn't look like it. Why does it feel like a super strong physique? What is Netherworld's original form? Isn't he an earth dragon? Why does he have such a physique? Sounds of discussion rang out. They all felt that this physique was very strange. This doesn't seem to be a cultivation technique of the Acheron Hall. Some people were surprised. In the legends, earth dragons could travel through the ground and had been to many ancient ruins. He had many trump cards in his hands, so this might be a supreme superpower that he obtained from an ancient ruin. Kid, do you think you can win against me with that little strength of yours? What a joke. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Nine Gloom's aura surged like the sea. Then, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Boundless black flames danced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was like the palm of the King of Hell, covering the sky and covering the earth. Nine Gloom flames. How terrifying. Many people trembled when they felt the cold flames. Flames usually had a violent and scorching aura, but the Nine Gloom flames were cold. Wherever it passed, it would freeze everything. Lin Xian was tense. He knew that the other party was an expert, so he didn't let his guard down. A pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back, surrounded by a terrifying storm. At the same time, there was a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the sky. Every sword chi was like a divine sword. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had turned into a sword god. Kill. He faced the attack and turned into a wind shadow, disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, a sword chi flashed between heaven and earth and slashed directly at the black palm. Buzz. Sword-wielding technique. The sword chi swept out in all directions. The black flaming palm stopped abruptly, and enveloped the sword light in the sky. In the next moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The two types of laws and superpowers clashed continuously. The wind and clouds changed. Poof! Poof! The black palm covered everything and swallowed all the sword chi. However, not long after, it kept shaking and cracks appeared on it. A stream of sword chi pierced out, riddling the palm with thousands of holes before shattering it. How could this be? Nine Nether's pupils shrank. Even after he used the Nether body, he still couldn't resist his opponent's divine ability. What kind of sword chi was this? His face was incomparably cold. At this moment, the golden wings on Lin Xian's back flapped once more, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot over. At the same time, he slowly formed a seal with his palm. Azure Dragon Seal. The phantom of an azure dragon emerged from his palm and roared between heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had been resurrected. Dang Nine Nether did the same. Once again, he waved his Nine Nether palm. It collided with the dragon's shadow, and a rumbling sound rang out. After a violent collision, Nine Nether was forced back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His body also landed heavily on the ancient arena, causing it to shake non-stop. You dare to hurt me? You're courting death. Nine Nether was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he was so insufferably high and mighty. In his opinion, he had successfully broken through to the saint's sovereign realm. How could a mere minor saint be a match for him? Therefore, he was disdainful. However, he was at a disadvantage in both exchanges. Even now, he was injured by his opponent. He couldn't bear it. The surrounding people were all stunned. How could this be? Was his opponent so strong? The people of Yellow Spring Palace shook their heads frantically. Impossible. It must be Nine Nether's carelessness. Just wait and see. That brat will definitely be torn into pieces. Nether spear. The boundless Nine Nether flame flickered and turned into a long spear that Nine Nether held in his hand. Wherever the spear passed, the space would constantly crack, as if it had turned into the abyss of hell. The long spear kept striking out, turning into a bottomless abyss that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian brandished the azure dragon 9 palms. The terrifying phantom contended with it, and the battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, on the other side of the arena, which was behind Lin Xian, the void suddenly split open, and a white bone claw suddenly fell. That white bone claw turned into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Lin Xian. The dark golden phantom wings on Lin Xian's back were cut off. This attack landed on his body and sent him flying, injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning sensation on his back, as if half of it was about to split open. Fortunately, he had a divine body, so he was able to block this attack. Otherwise, if it were any other sacred venerables, they would probably be split in half instantly. He was actually able to block it. Nine Nether's face darkened when he saw this scene. The other people exclaimed. They were too strong. They couldn't resist the means of these two people at all. Just looking at it made their scalps tingle. The people of Yellow Spring Palace sneered. Just wait and see. Nine Nether would soon use all kinds of divine skills. This brat couldn't resist at all. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian was also enraged. He stepped on lightning and transformed into a beam of sword light, charging over as well. It was the Azure Dragon seal again, and it carried the power of lightning. It charged towards the other party with a violent aura. The two of them fought at lightning speed. It was impossible to see clearly. One could only see that the sky was filled with laws and large spatial cracks. At this moment, the void behind Nine Nether suddenly split open. A sword shadow flew over and slashed Nine Nether's body. Nine Nether was sent flying. The armor on his body was split open, and no blood flowed out. Damn it! Nine Nether roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. How does it feel to be attacked from behind? I learned it from you. He knew the sword controlling technique. Sword chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was to teach the other party a lesson. Damn it, the wrath of the heavens! Nine Nether roared and waved his spear. Endless black flames burned on it, and it was incomparably cold. Thousands of spear lights swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on again. Instead, he used the wind shaking the 9 heavens again. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and his speed was extremely fast. Brat, what's the point of just dodging? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Seeing that the other party's speed was very strange, Nine Nether roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm dodging? Why don't you say that you can't keep up with my speed? As soon as he said that, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over from all directions and draped over the other party's body. Fortunately, Nine Nether had some defense, and used the armor on his body to the extreme. However, he still retreated continuously, his blood and chi churning. Damn it, Yellow Spring! Nine Nether roared and shot out a yellow spring diagram that covered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was going to use the Holy City's ultimate technique to kill the other party. The yellow spring gushed out with an incomparably cold aura. It spread in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Chapter 42-32. The map of Acheron hung down, and the endless Acheron water filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The Acheron water rushed towards Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Some of the water was extremely corrosive. No matter how strong one's physique was, even if one had armor to defend against it. The space where the arena was completely covered. In the end, there was nowhere to hide. There was Acheron water in all directions. He was completely surrounded. Even the arena in the valley was corroded. Everyone was shocked. The Acheron water was too terrifying. As expected of Nine Nether. Even if one had a sacred weapon, they might not be able to withstand it. When Lin Xian saw this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, "Do you think you can trap me like this? Next, I'll let you see my secret skill." In the palm of his right hand, there were endless black runes that wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, his entire fist turned black. Tiger Demon Fist. A low voice was heard. The fist was swung as if a demonic tiger had been resurrected. It tore the void apart, and the mineral water was instantly torn apart. Useless kid. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to withstand it. Nine Nether laughed. But soon, his pupils shrank. How could this be? He realized that the black fist had torn apart the Acheron water. Impossible, how could his fist block this kind of power? However, just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian tore apart the Acheron water and then used the secret skill, Army Destroyer. The terrifying power blasted on the opponent's body and sent him flying. Wherever it passed, large cracks would spread continuously, and it would almost explode. Half of his body was cracked. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Impossible. What kind of fist technique was this? He was too shocked. The people from the Acheron Hall were also shocked. The elders of the other holy cities sucked in a breath of cold air. However, a few people who had participated in the Grotto Heaven trial gasped. Why was it so similar to the heaven-piercing palm that this fellow executed? However, only a few people had seen it before. Back then, the heaven-piercing palm could even seal the weapon of a sacred king. The others didn't know at all, and those who knew shook their heads frantically. They didn't believe that no one would be able to learn such an absolute art. Although Nine Nether had participated in the Grotto Heaven test, he did not come from Green Hill Cave. Therefore, he had never seen the black palm before. At this moment, his eyes were red. "I don't believe it!" Again. The endless water of the yellow springs exploded once again, covering the sky and the earth. This time, the corrosive power was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding people to retreat. In fact, as soon as the aura came out, it caused the world around the array formation to shatter. "I don't believe that you can withstand it this time," Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's yellow spring water was indeed terrifying. It could corrode everything. Even if it was the Azure Dragon's seal, or the wind shakes the nine heavens, it would still be difficult to resist. If he wanted to fight back, he would have to use the nine yang divine body, or the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. But no matter what, he would be instantly recognized. Lin Xian didn't want to reveal his identity yet, so he decided to continue using the Tiger Demon Fist. The Tiger Demon Fist was extremely frightening. It was very similar to the black palm that reached the heavens. Back then, that palm was immune to all kinds of divine abilities. The corrosive power of the yellow springs was also a kind of divine ability, so Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The second style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Sky Shattering. The surrounding yellow springs water instantly collapsed. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. The third style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Another cold voice rang out, and a ferocious black tiger appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine monument was suppressing him. Sensing the aura, Nine Nether's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, he quickly retreated. However, he found that the black monument was completely staring at him, making it impossible for him to dodge. "Get lost!" he roared at the sky. He used his absolute art to block it. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard, and there was a burst of bright light. Everything disappeared. When the light dissipated, Everyone saw that Nine Nether was suppressed by the divine monument. He was bleeding terribly. What? Was he defeated? Nine Nether was defeated? It was unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also stunned. How was this possible? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he felt a fatal danger. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although Nine Nether seemed to be seriously injured, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. And it seemed that it could erupt at any time. Damn it, this guy actually dared to set up a trap. Then he would beat him at his own game. As he walked, he secretly created a clone. His true body instantly used the void escape technique and disappeared. Throughout the entire process, his body was surrounded by sword light, so no one noticed it. Even the sages didn't pay attention to him. They were all focused on Nine Nether. Interesting. The soaring Sky Sage King and the desolate Sky Sage King sneered. The eyes of the people of the Acheron Hall turned red. However, the Silver Corpse Sage King said, "Don't be anxious, just watch patiently." Hearing that, these people were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he could turn the tables? Just as they were puzzled, Lin Xian's clone had already arrived in front of them. He said coldly, "You're worthy of being called a genius with such strength? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Nine Nether, who was suppressed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying saber light. This attack was too sudden, and the saber light was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through everything like a peerless saber. In an instant, Lin Xian's clone was split into two. What? He could still fight back? What a terrifying attack. He wasn't injured at all. Many people instantly cheered. It's over. The sword maniac is seriously injured. The sword maniac has been fooled. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The expressions of Murong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others instantly changed. They were extremely nervous. The peerless Sage King was also stunned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression darkened. Ha ha! Nine Nether shattered the illusory stone tablet and stood up. There was a hint of malevolence in his eyes. What an idiot! Did I kill you so easily? Little brat, you're too weak to fight with me. His arrogant voice resounded through heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Acheron Hall also smiled. Great, so it was a trap just now. I knew it. How could God Nine Sons lose? That sword maniac wanted to challenge Nine Nether. Looks like he's dead meat now. Don't worry, with senior brother Nine Nether's strength, he won't let that kid die so easily. He'll let him know what regret is. Chapter 42-33. Nine Nether was smug and arrogant as he strode forward. Even if he didn't kill his opponent, he would still be severely injured. Next, he would torture his opponent. However, at this moment, a piercing sword light came from behind him and instantly split him apart. A miserable cry was heard. This time, the surrounding void was completely shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Who attacked again? Wasn't the sword maniac already killed? Nine Nether also couldn't believe it. His soul swept behind him. The next moment, he roared in horror. How is it possible? You're not dead. Lin Xian walked out from behind him. Do you think your little trap can trap me? What a joke. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. His sword chi was like a dragon, directly hitting Nine Nether until he kept retreating. Many sword wounds appeared on Nine Nether's body. He was severely injured. Retreat quickly. In the distance, the eyes of the people from the Acheron Hall turned red when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Nine Nether to be defeated. The other holy cities were even more shocked. Nine Nether gritted his teeth and roared. He retreated into the distance. He was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it, but as long as he could leave the battlefield. Then, His opponent wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Lin Xian attacked with the wind shakes the 9 heavens. The terrifying law of wind swept the surroundings and blocked his path. Get lost! 9 Nether roared. His hands turned into black flames as he attacked continuously. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. However, Lin Xian's sword chi flew over and extinguished all the flames with a crack. 9 Nether vomited blood and was sent flying. At the same time, he attacked with the lightning chain and wrapped it around 9 Nether. It made it impossible for his opponent to escape. No, damn it, don't you dare. The people from the Acheron Hall in the distance went crazy. The Silver Corpse Holy King opened his eyes and shouted coldly. That's enough. When a Holy King spoke, everyone had to give face. Even if they won, they couldn't kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care. How could he stop just because the other party said so? He snorted coldly and sent out a sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy everything and destroyed the other party's soul. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. The other party actually killed 9 Nether in front of a Saint King. The people from Acheron Hall roared. The Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. The other party actually dared to not give him face. Did he want to die? The pressure that belonged to a Saint King surged out, and it rarely reached the 9 heavens. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said coldly as he naturally felt the immense pressure. What? You're a dignified Saint King, and also the host this time. Could it be that you want to break the rules? Lin Xian sneered. The Silver Corpse Saint King was so angry that his face turned white. He gritted his teeth and said. He snorted coldly and sat down unwillingly. He couldn't attack, but he definitely wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He was too arrogant. He didn't even take a Saint King seriously. What was this brat trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? That despicable fellow, I'll go and kill him. Many people in the Yellow Springs shop gnashed their teeth. Even the hunters in the crowd began to move. The man who attacked Xinjingqiu was so angry that he vomited blood. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Xian's threat. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would really let him witness the death of a genius. That was the top genius of Acheron Hall. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give these people a chance. He didn't have any intention of joining the battle. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle with a cold smile. This made everyone who wanted to kill him vomit blood. They were the ones who set the rules, but they didn't expect that they would be trapped by the rules. Damn it, if he dares to kill our genius, we'll kill his genius. The elders gritted their teeth and said, Saint King, let's attack. He must be related to Wushuang City. We'll kill Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuixue. Saint King Wushuang nodded and the hunters moved. However, Fu Hongye's side didn't attack, but Linghu Chuixue's side was in danger. Linghu Chuixue was more than 2,000 years old, but he was only 2,300 years old. However, he had already arrived at another battlefield. This battlefield was for people between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. They were all Saint Venerables, and they were all extremely terrifying Saint Venerables. An extremely terrifying elder made his move and charged at Linghu Chuixue. He held a large black bell in his hand and kept shaking it. The bell's sound shook heaven and earth, and the terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. This battlefield naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Oh no, they're attacking eldest senior brother. The faces of the people from Wushuang City became extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth. Even Saint King Wushuang's face was cold. Lin Xian's face darkened. These people saw that they didn't have a chance to attack him, so they turned to attack others. He started to worry for Linghu Chuixue. After all, the enemy Linghu Chuixue was facing was extremely powerful. Linghu Chuixue received the attack and kept retreating while vomiting blood. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he used Wushuang's secret technique to block the attack. However, that old man only smiled sinisterly. It's useless. Go to hell. Oh no, that's a late-stage Saint Venerate. Sensing that old man's aura, the crowd's expressions all changed. They began to worry for Ling Huchuishue. A terrifying attack. The large black bell directly pressed down. It wanted to completely suppress Ling Huchuishue. Everyone despaired. The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. However, at this moment of crisis, the sword in Ling Huchuishue's hand burst forth with an incomparable light. Boom! 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 A loud and clear sound was heard, spreading in all directions. When the light dissipated, the crowd was stunned. They discovered that Ling Huchuishue had been injured. As for the old man opposite him, he was split in two. How could this be? Had Ling Huchuishue reached late-stage Saint Venerate? They had all gone mad. Saint King Wushuang laughed. How could his eldest disciple be weak? Damn it! The people from the Acheron Hall clenched their teeth and gave the order to kill. That old man's body healed, and he stood up. However, he had still underestimated Ling Huchuishue. After revealing his true strength, Ling Huchuishue did not show any leniency. Each and every one of his attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. In the end, that late-stage Saint Venerate was directly killed. Ling Huchuishue's entire body was burning with blood. However, his aura was incomparable. The crowd was astonished. Ling Huchuishue was most definitely a late-stage Saint Venerate. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying existence among late-stage Saint Venerates. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was this the strength of Peerless City's eldest disciple? He was simply too powerful. The people from the other holy cities also became incomparably serious. In the second battlefield, the strength that Ling Huchuishue had displayed in his age group had truly astonished everyone. They felt that the situation had turned bad. They had underestimated Ling Huchuishue's strength. Likely, the entire battlefield would change. Chapter 42-34. As expected, Ling Huchuishue did not stop there. Instead, he continued to kill. He killed many powerful sacred sovereigns, and the Acheron Hall suffered heavy losses. 3 sacred sovereigns died in his hands. Similarly, the Great Desolate Mansion and Demon City lost 2 sacred sovereigns as well. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Huchuishue's battle record exploded once again. He was originally in the 50th position in the second battlefield, but now he was in the 30th position. Moreover, his ranking was still rising. He had also broken through the 100 battle winning streak. Is this guy trying to get into the top 10? The surrounding people were going crazy. One should know that most of the people in this battlefield were from the older generation. After all, some of them were 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Those who were 2,000 to 3,000 years old were the top disciples. However, no matter how strong they would not be able to fight against those elders. However, Ling Huchuishue seemed to have broken this rule. When Peerless Sage King saw this, he smiled. The disciples of Peerless City cheered excitedly. Great! Big Senior Brother is mighty! Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Some people really don't know what's good for them. He looked at the Acheron Hall with a gloating expression. The people of Acheron Hall were going crazy. At the same time, the people of Demon City and Great Desolate Mansion were vomiting blood. They could only compete and look for an opportunity. At this moment, Peerless City was in the limelight again. Lin Xian was also looking for an opportunity. However, his body suddenly shook and his face changed. Not good. After the continuous battles, his strength had increased again. The seal that was originally suppressing him was about to break. If he broke through, he would attract the heavenly punishment. It would probably be an attack that could destroy the world. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? Is he injured? He must have been too arrogant. How could he not be injured? It would be best if he was seriously injured. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, cold laughter could be heard one after another. They felt great. If this kid's injuries were to explode, they would have one less powerful enemy. The people of Peerless City were also shocked. Peerless Sage King frowned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Lin Xian said, "I can't suppress my cultivation anymore. I might break through to Holy Venerate." Peerless Holy King was speechless. If others wanted to break through to Holy Venerate, they would be overjoyed. However, the other party was still trying to suppress him. If word of this got out, the geniuses here would probably vomit blood from anger. However, as soon as Lin Xian explained, he understood that Lin Xian's situation was different. He was suppressed by the Great Tao and could not break through. If he tried to break through by force, he would be punished by the heavens. He could only go to planet Xiuan, a world with powerful enemies. "It seems like I'll have to help you." Peerless Saint released a clone. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side. Then, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword world in his body. The Peerless Saint King said, "I'll use the Peerless Seal to suppress your cultivation for now. This way, you don't have to worry about anything and can attack to your heart's content." Then, he used the Peerless Seal on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian realized that the feeling of breaking through had disappeared, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If he broke through while fighting, he would be in big trouble. "Senior brother, can I go to planet Xiuan if I win the competition?" Lin Xian asked. Peerless Saint King smiled. "Well, I'll give you some hope. You can fight first. Anyway, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to go to planet Xiuan." Peerless Saint King smiled mysteriously, then he left. The people around could not see Lin Xian, so they asked, "Where did that kid go?" "Who knows, he probably escaped because of his serious injuries." "Sigh, what a pity. But thinking about it, he was able to kill so many experts. How could he not be injured? He's just holding on. Sigh, a genius of the generation has fallen. It's a pity that he didn't die on the battlefield." Murong Qingqing. Xinjingqiu was also worried. However, after Peerless Saint King returned, he sent a voice transmission to the two of them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. "That's great. That kid is seriously injured. He probably won't appear for a while. He might even die from his injuries." Many people laughed. The people from Demon City also sent out their own geniuses to join the battle. The same went for the Acheron Hall of Great Baron Mansion. Huan 16 came to the arena and sent a sacred venerable flying in 3 moves. In the next 3 battles, he won within 5 moves, which attracted the attention of many people. The people from Great Baron Mansion smiled in satisfaction. Old 16's strength has improved quite a bit. It seems like he'll definitely be able to make it to the top 30. If we train him well, he might even become a Saint King. They were very satisfied, and Huang 16 did not let them down. Soon, he won 20 consecutive battles, defeating his opponents within 5 moves. Everyone knew that another hidden genius had appeared. "Who dares to challenge me?" Huan 16 stood there with his sword pointing in all directions, exuding a domineering aura. At that moment, many people fell silent. They did not even dare to look him in the eye. There were too many dark horses in this world. Previously, there was an expert like the Sword Maniac. They thought that if the Sword Maniac did not appear and disappear, those geniuses would be able to make a comeback and stand out. Who would have thought that there was still a hidden expert? Huang 16 appeared. He did not make a move before, but now, he dominated the world. There was really a second Sword Maniac. Why is he so arrogant? Why didn't he make a move when the Sword Maniac was here? Now he's here. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others gritted their teeth. They were very dissatisfied with the other party's arrogance. However, the other party did have the right to be arrogant. Why? Is there no one who dares to challenge me? How disappointing! Huang 16 roared. This feeling of looking down on the world is really great. I've only been away for a short while, and someone can't wait to show off. When the tiger is not around, the monkey will be king. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold snort was heard. Then, a stream of light landed on the arena. The surrounding people were stunned. Who's so arrogant? Who dares to challenge Juan 16? However, when they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Isn't the sword maniac seriously injured? He probably won't be able to participate in the competition for the rest of his life. How could he be back? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The faces of the experts from the various holy cities turned ugly. The killing god is back. The eyelids of the people from the great desolate mansion twitched. Juan 16 was also stunned. His face darkened. So it's you. To be honest, the other party was indeed very strong. He had to treat him seriously. Lin Xian said, That's right, it's me. Didn't you say that no one wants to challenge you? Fine, I'll challenge you now. Make your move. As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone knew how powerful the sword maniac was. Although Huang 16 did not fight much, he seemed to be able to dominate the world. The two of them would definitely fight fiercely. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were indeed worried. They were full of confidence in Nine Nether. However, the result made their hearts bleed. They could not afford to lose any more experts. Therefore, they said, 16, come back. Chapter 42-35. The crowd went crazy when they heard that. What did that mean? Did the great desolate mansion have no confidence in Huang 16? Otherwise, why would they ask Huang 16 to go back? Huang 16's face darkened. Did their elders not believe in him? Damn it! He gritted his teeth and did not leave. Lin Xian laughed when he saw that. Why are you still here? Your elders are calling you back for dinner. Hurry up and leave. You're useless. What did you say? Huang 16 roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'm going to fight you to the death. I'll show everyone who's the strongest. Huang 16 raised his right hand and the sword of desolation appeared in his hand. It shone brightly. Old 16, come back quickly. The elders of the great desolate mansion shouted again. Desolate 16 turned around and looked into the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, trust me. I'll definitely kill this kid. Please give me a chance. What? The elders hesitated. To be honest, they did not want Huang 16 to come back. After all, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. However, saving their lives was more important. At this moment, the Silver Corpse Sage King said, Let him fight. Otherwise, this will become his inner demon. He would never be able to advance in his life. Indeed, everyone had been through this stage. They knew that if they could not defeat a strong opponent, they would be defeated. They would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. It was a terrible feeling. Therefore, the elders of the Acheron Hall did not stop him. Instead, they said, Be careful. Don't worry. I won't let him continue to be arrogant. Huang 16 was extremely confident. Kid, in the previous battles, no one, be it sage venerables or experts, could last more than 5 moves from me. Killing you will not be an exception. Huang 16 displayed an unparalleled domineering aura, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. The people of the great desolate mansion nodded. It seemed like there would be no problem. After all, this sword maniac seemed to be injured. Perhaps he had not recovered yet. He was only temporarily suppressed. This way, he would not be able to unleash his full strength. Humph, his time of death has finally come. Not more than 5 moves? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He stretched out 3 fingers. If he couldn't finish him off in 3 moves, he wouldn't fight again for the rest of his life. Wow! Even more arrogant. Everyone thought that Desolate 13 had become even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the sword fanatic was even more arrogant. Finish the battle in 3 moves? Wouldn't he be too arrogant? Some people frowned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, Huang 16 was also a top-notch expert. Could such a person be defeated in 3 moves? Desolate 16's expression darkened. The other party actually dared to look down on him, which made him very unhappy. Kill! With a roar, the Baron's sword in his hand slashed down with a terrifying aura. It slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't waste any time either, saying that he would kill his opponent in 3 moves. He would not be soft-hearted. With an angry roar, he went all out. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. A black fist blasted out, heading straight for the Baron's sword. The terrifying power shattered the Desolate sword, and the terrifying aura swept towards Desolate 16. Boom! Desolate 16's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He quickly retreated, but in an instant, half of his body was shrouded by the power, turning into a bloody mist. What? Lin Xian seriously injured him with 1 punch? The surrounding people went crazy. Why did this sword fanatic seem even more terrifying than before? The faces of the people from the great desolate mansion turned ugly. Could it be? Did they make the wrong decision again? They wanted to shout for Desolate 16 to come back, but it was too late. After Lin Xian's first move succeeded, the second move of the Tiger Demon Fist appeared again. Damn it! Sensing that Lin Xian's fist technique had changed again, Desolate 16 roared, and a pagoda rushed out from his body, emitting a desolate aura. At the same time, he spat out 2 shields in front of him. He didn't believe that he couldn't block it. These were all extremely terrifying weapons. Their defense was super strong. However, under the second move, everything was torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Desolate 16's body also cracked under the heaven's collapse, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! Desolate 16 raised his head and roared, his voice filled with endless fear. He turned into a bloody ray of light and flew into the distance. The arrogance he had before was all gone. Killing the enemy in 5 moves? He threw all those thoughts to the back of his mind. He wanted to run for his life because he realized that Lin Xian was too strong. He was no match for Lin Xian. Desolate 16 had actually fled. The spectators were all stunned. The experts from the sacred city were also shocked. The people from the great desolate mansion were also nervous. However, Desolate 16 was decisive. He ran away when he couldn't win. This still gave them hope. Don't you think it's too late for you to run? The third move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Lin Xian roared and unleashed his strength to the maximum. A whistling sound was heard. It shocked the heavens and earth. In an instant, the black shadow of a ferocious tiger descended from the sky, suppressing the fleeing Desolate 16. Desolate 16 fell onto the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't run away? Countless people exclaimed. The people from the Acheron Hall also had ugly expressions. They felt despair. Was another prodigy going to fall? Desolate 16 roared crazily. Damn it, kid, let me go. My brother is Desolate 13, a top expert of the previous generation. You're dead meat if you touch me. How dare you threaten me now? I don't care who your brother is. Even if your ancestor is a sage king, I won't let you go today. Lin Xian sneered and slapped Desolate 16. Desolate 16's face instantly shattered. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cripple you. I'll turn you into a complete cripple. Desolate 16 still had a glimmer of hope, but when he heard Lin Xian's words, he lost all hope. Lin Xian was a demon. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. At the next moment, he felt a terrifying sword intent surge into his body, directly destroying his foundation. At the same time, his soul was severely injured and became extremely weak. It was over. The cultivation and strength that he had painstakingly cultivated for over 1,000 years had all been crippled at this moment. He had become a cripple. This was worse than killing him. Get lost, you piece of trash. I don't want to kill you. Lin Xian kicked Desolate 16 away. Desolate 16's body flew into the distance like a broken kite. He landed in front of the elders of the great desolate mansion. The elders of the great desolate mansion gritted their teeth. They went forward to check on Desolate 16 and found that he had become a cripple. What a terrifying move. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian was going to fight to the death with the great desolate mansion. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Lin Xian. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. Lin Xian was courting death. However, Lin Xian didn't care. When these Sage Kings wanted to kill him, they didn't think that this would happen. He snorted coldly. At the same time, a roar came from the second battlefield. Then, a figure that looked like a demon flew over. He looked down on the world. Who dared to cripple my brother? Chapter 42-36. A cold voice resounded in the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. Everyone raised their heads and exclaimed in shock. Huang Shi-san. He's going to fight? He was from the same generation as Fu Hongye. Even though he was 2,030 years old. He was assigned to the second battlefield. Fu Hongye was over 1,800 years old, and was still in the third battlefield. What? You're not happy? I'll kill you like a dog in the next battle. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that everyone almost fainted. Is this kid really that reckless? What a reckless kid. Huang Shi-san's face was cold, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was about to fight. However, a few elders flew over and said coldly, Huang Shi-san, please follow the rules. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Despicable. Huang Shi-san didn't attack, but roared at the sky. Kid, just you wait. Do you think the rules can protect you forever? I'll make you wish you were dead in the next round. Desolate 13 turned around and walked away from La. The surrounding people exclaimed. What does this mean? Can Huang Shi-san fight in the second round? They didn't know, but if it's true, this sword maniac is really in danger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The second round? I'm looking forward to it. However, some people obviously couldn't wait until the second round. The Desolate Heaven's Sage King was preparing to send a super hunter to kill Huang Shi-san. Even the Demon City and the Acheron Palace were preparing to go all out. Peerless Saint King sent a telepathic message to Lin Xian, asking him not to make any more moves to avoid any danger. Lin Xian nodded. It's about time. The rest will be left for the second round. Therefore, he didn't attack. Although he had given the record to Murong Qingqing before, he had made up for it by killing a couple of top warriors later on. He had also won 100 battles in a row. Therefore, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the next round. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. Instead, he kept watching. There were a few people he paid attention to. For example, Wan Jiani and Chao Tianxing. Those who went to the second battlefield with him were too powerful. Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped attacking, the Acheron Hall and the other holy cities were about to vomit blood. Damn it, they were prepared to join hands and start a big hunt, but who would have thought that they would hit nothing but air? This caused them to grit their teeth so hard that they were about to break, but there was nothing they could do. It seemed like this guy wanted to enter the second stage safely. Did he think that he could escape after entering? Just wait, the second trial will be the day of his death. I will let him know what hell is. These Saint Kings gnashed their teeth. Finally, after another half a month, the ancient arena slowly disappeared and the battles stopped. Knowing that the first trial was over, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Was it finally over? Although the battle was thrilling to watch, the losses suffered by the holy cities were really too heavy. This was because many experts and geniuses had already fallen. Many holy venerates had even died in the first stage. At this moment, the entire heavenly wind world was filled with the smell of blood, causing people to faint. The people in the extraterritorial observatory were terrified as well. These dead geniuses and experts could easily sweep through a region in the outside world. But now that they had fallen, was it worth it? The experts and elders of the holy cities had ugly looks on their faces. However, in the end, they took a deep breath and dispelled the sorrow in their eyes. Although the losses were heavy, it was worth it. The path of martial arts was extremely dangerous. Only those who lived and grew could become the ultimate experts. The people of the Acheron Hall, great desolate mansion, Demon City, these three holy cities had ugly looks on their faces. The reason for that was because their side had suffered even greater losses. Nearly half of their people had been killed by Lin Xian. Many of them were top geniuses who had the potential to become saint kings in the future. But now, they had all fallen. Next was the recuperation period. Everyone had 10 days to recover. After 10 days, the second trial would begin. As for what the second trial would be, no one knew. They could only raise their cultivation and strength to the peak to deal with any possibilities. On the 9th day, the Silver Corpse Saint King walked out and announced, "The first trial has ended. Those who have achieved 50 consecutive victories will pass the second trial." As soon as the announcement was made, there was an uproar. This meant that those who had survived would be eliminated. After all, they had not achieved 50 consecutive victories. The conditions were too strict. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who entered the second trial were definitely experts among experts. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion is a matter of the second heavenly boundary. Although most of the participants are experts from the holy cities, we have also invited some rogue cultivators. However, the second trial will be difficult for rogue cultivators. It will require the strength of a team. Therefore, these rogue cultivators can join the holy cities. They can complete the second trial together. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone understood. At the same time, the rogue cultivators who had appeared earlier walked out. Then, they walked in all directions. It seemed that they were going to return for real. When the other holy cities saw this, their eyes flickered. They were not going to give them a chance. Instead, they were going to let their rogue cultivators return under some guise. Lin Xian naturally knew this. He immediately snorted coldly. However, he had also appeared as a rogue cultivator. Therefore, he had to choose a sect. It seemed like the second trial was not an individual battle. Could it be a team battle? It seemed like it was time to return. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The others were also paying attention. They also wanted to know which force this kid belonged to. However, they were not sure. Among them, Meng Qing walked out and said, "Sword Maniac, why don't you join the Blue Dragon tribe? We can definitely help you pass the second trial." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that this guy was really related to the Dragon tribe? The Winged Dragon tribe and the Saber Dragon tribe also hurried out and invited him. They knew that he had the Blue Dragon horn. If they could get closer to him, their future benefits would be endless. Therefore, the 3 dragon tribes were competing to invite him. Everyone was stunned. What was this kid's relationship with them? Guan Tsenghai invited him on behalf of the Tsenghai Pavilion. Even Qin Xiener came out and invited him to join. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also came out and invited him with smiles. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were red and they were incomparably envious. Who didn't want to be respected by the various holy cities? Their dreams were actually fulfilled by a young man. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "Everyone's invitation is really hard to refuse. I'll be embarrassed to reject anyone. How about this? I'll leave it to fate. Let's see who God wants me to choose. After this sword spins, I'll join whichever faction the sword peak is facing." Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword light spun in the sky like a fiery wheel. Finally, the sword tip pointed towards Wushuang City. Of course, he was secretly controlling it. Because he felt that it was time to go back. Seeing this, the people from Wushuang City were stunned. Such a top expert was going to join them? If so, they might have a higher chance of winning the second trial. Wushuang's Sage King squinted his eyes and smiled. This kid wanted to come back, but he still had to use so many tricks. Chapter 42-37. The people from Thousand Demon City and Acheron Palace were filled with killing intent when they saw this. They had already guessed that the other party was related to Wishwang City, and it seemed like it was true. Damn it, I'll send all of them to hell this time. Their eyes were filled with coldness. The Silver Corpse Sage King walked out and said, "The second stage will begin tomorrow, and I'll tell you the rules of the second stage. The second stage. All of you will enter a unique space where you will fight. There is no age restriction, but Sage Kings and Sage Kings are not allowed to use their weapons." Everyone was in disbelief when they heard this. What? No age restriction? Does that mean all the people from the first and second battlefields can come? Oh my God! Although they were all sacred venerables, the people from the third battlefield were all early sacred venerables. The first and second battlefields were different. The second battlefields were mostly mid-sacred venerables, and there were a few late sacred venerables. The first battlefields were all late sacred venerables, and they were all old monsters who had lived for more than 5,000 years. If they fought, they would most likely die. Who could stop them? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, the eyes of the experts from the various sacred cities flickered. It was obvious that they already knew about this rule. Said the Silver Corpse Saint King in a low voice. Everyone quieted down, and he continued. The Tao discussion is not only a test of talent, but it is also a risk to survive in the myriad worlds. Therefore, the second battle is to make it as realistic as possible. Only those who can survive in the complicated battles are geniuses and experts. Moreover, you don't have to fight alone, you can form an alliance, and it's up to you. I will give each of you a command medallion, but each command medallion will be different. There are 3 types of tokens: heaven, earth, and mortal. Only by gathering all 3 types of tokens can you pass the second stage. You have 1 month in the second stage. Everyone was stunned. Not only did they have to survive, but they also had to gather all 3 types of tokens. There was also a 1-month time limit. Oh my God, this is an impossible task. Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's wrong with senior brother?" If that was the case, there would be very few people who could pass the second stage. The peerless Sacred King sighed and transmitted his voice. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Originally, they didn't expect too many people to pass the second round. He didn't plan on letting too many people pass. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to going to planet Xi'an? No matter what, he has to pass. The other sacred cities also inquired about this matter. However, after learning about it, these people quieted down. He was afraid that the second trial would be even more brutal than the first. Alright, once you enter the second stage, you won't have any chance of admitting defeat, so it's not too late to back out now. A cold voice sounded. However, those participants' gazes were resolute. Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, so what? They had encountered so many dangers along the way. It wasn't easy for him to come this far, so how could he give up? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to fight hard, so no one gave up. Very good. The Silver Corpse Saint King smiled when he saw this. He would rest for another day. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, it will begin. Everyone went back and gathered together to discuss countermeasures for the second stage. After all, the second stage wasn't an individual battle. It was a group battle, so the distribution was very important. Most of the sacred cities had to select a few geniuses, which meant that even if they got the token, they would give it to those geniuses first. They had to ensure that those geniuses successfully appeared. Peerless City was also discussing this matter. Lin Xian was surprised to find that Peerless City didn't send too many people this time. There were only about a dozen people in total. Although there were quite a number of people, compared to the other sacred cities, it was much smaller. That was because the other sacred cities only had a few dozen people. The difference in numbers was 2 to 3 times. However, Peerless Holy King didn't care. He was very confident. Lin Xian also found out that the participants this time were all direct disciples, which meant that they were trained by Peerless Holy King. There were a total of 7 people. Other than that, there were also Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu. That was a total of 9 people. There were also 2 advanced sacred venerables, which made a total of 11 people. Although the number was small, Peerless Holy King was very confident. The other sacred cities also quickly made their preparations. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose the next day, everyone took a deep breath. They all stood up, and the sacred kings also walked out. Sacred King Silvercorp stood above the 9 heavens. He said, "Open it." These sacred kings formed seals and pressed down on the void. The entire void let out a loud roar. Soon, an ancient phantom appeared. It was indomitable, as if it was an immortal king. He held a mirror in his hand. The mirror was drawn in the shape of a whirlpool. Sacred King Silvercorp said coldly, "Walk in." It was the location of the second stage. After that, the people from Acheron Hall took the lead and rushed in. 47 people from Acheron Hall entered, and each of them was extremely powerful. After they entered, they went to Demon City, Thunder God's City, Great Desolation Mansion, and other sacred cities all entered. Peerless Holy King took a deep breath and said, "You guys go too." With the 2 older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the others also soared into the sky and walked inside. Looking at the disappearing figures, Acheron Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, and other sacred cities had cold killing intent in their eyes. This time, they would not return. After everyone left, the sacred kings formed seals again. The mysterious mirror in the sky shone brightly. Then, it formed a light screen. When the surrounding people saw the scene in the mirror, they exclaimed in surprise. It was the person who had just entered. Indeed, the mirror had transformed into the person who had just entered the room. Not only that, the mirror formed 24 light screens. Between heaven and earth, everyone could see it. Even those from the extraterritorial region could see it clearly. So this was what the second stage looked like. Although they had entered, they could clearly see the situation of these people. They wondered what kind of intense battle would happen next. Lin Xian took a deep breath after entering. He knew that it would be very dangerous. However, when he appeared, he was stunned because he realized that there was no one around. Random teleportation. He was surprised. If that was the case, he had to meet up first. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone would be randomly teleported. Therefore, he was not afraid that there would be a situation in the early stages where they outnumbered him. They had already thought of such a situation, so they had thought of a strategy to deal with it. Lin Xian took out his token and sent a voice transmission. They began to gather. Chapter 42-38. The geniuses who were scattered all over the place also started to move quickly. At the same time, the elders of the various great sacred cities were watching the battle silently. They were extremely nervous. After all, they could not control the situation inside and could only watch from the outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed as they realized that someone had fallen. The one who was killed was a sacred venerate from the 7-star tower. The one who attacked was Huang Shisan from the Great Desolate Mansion. He was extremely terrifying and no one could escape from him. The people from the 7-star tower looked terrible, but they could not do anything. Next, everyone watched the battle anxiously. In this space, Lin Xian frowned. He had a strong advantage, and that was the heavenly strike god eye, which allowed him to see more space than others. When he used his heaven-grade god art, he had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by countless people. Could it be that the people outside could see what was happening inside? Lin Xian was surprised, although he was not sure. However, it was better to be careful. Endless lightning surrounded his body and covered his golden eyes. Then, he used his eye technique to look around. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian's body swayed and he quickly dodged. Where he originally stood, an extremely terrifying crack appeared, splitting everything apart. It was a ray of light that was more dazzling than the sun. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and dodged it. The person who attacked in the dark was also surprised. He was able to dodge it. However, when Lin Xian turned around and the person saw Lin Xian's face, he smiled bitterly. "It's you, sword maniac." He turned around and fled without saying a word. To be honest, he did not know who Lin Xian was when he launched the sneak attack, but now, he saw it clearly. He knew how terrifying the sword fanatic was, so he was very decisive when he fled. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and a ray of sword light shot out like lightning. It sent the person flying, causing him to vomit blood. "No, don't kill me. I didn't know it was you. I'm willing to hand over my token. Please spare my life." This person was an expert from the Limitless sect. At this moment, he was very decisive. Lin Xian took the token and snorted. Scram! If it was outside, even if the other party was from the Limitless sect, he would not have let them off. But here, he didn't go overboard. At least, he didn't kill the other party. He knew that the Yellow Spring Hall, the Great Desolation Palace, and the Demon's City would definitely team up. Even Lei Xinqing and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would join hands. Therefore, Peerless City had a lot of enemies. If they wanted to fight back, they had to join forces with other forces. So now, he was looking for some allies that he could unite with. At this moment, a mirror appeared in the sky and shrouded the area below. It was obvious that it was a saint artifact. It seemed that someone had already started looking for it. At the same time, several pairs of eyes appeared in the sky. Evidently, these were all terrifying eye techniques. Lin Xian relied on his heavenly secret divine eyes to move quickly. He had already defeated several people. He had also obtained quite a few tokens, but he still hadn't managed to gather all of them. After all, everyone had different tokens and there would be a lot of overlap. Even if he managed to gather all of them, he would continue to attack because he wanted to eliminate as many people from the Holy City as possible. When the experts outside saw this scene, they were shocked. This sword maniac moved so quickly. Yes, he has already obtained 6 tokens. Why do I feel that he can instantly locate the location of the enemy? Could it be that he also has a powerful eye technique? These people were puzzled. Even the Sage Kings frowned. They seemed to want to see through the light screen. However, Lin Xian had a layer of lightning defense on his body. Moreover, they couldn't interfere with the situation inside the space. So they could only watch. Next, the other geniuses started to attack quickly and obtained many more tokens. Some of them were killed, while others only lost their tokens and didn't die. Therefore, they just needed to snatch the tokens back within a month. Therefore, they became even crazier. For a moment, all kinds of battles broke out. Suddenly, the ancient mirror in the sky lowered its gaze and shrouded Lin Xian. At the same time, countless laws were scattered around the area, forming a seal. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the lips of some people in the distance. Found it. They were people from the Demon City. At this moment, 3 figures quickly rushed over. Are you going to attack me? Lin Xian sneered. He threw a punch at the seal, causing it to tremble nonstop. At the same time, the 3 great monsters who were rushing over from afar also changed their expressions. Not good, speed up. He seemed to be fighting back. A pair of wings appeared behind one of them and wrapped the 2 of them. The wings moved gently and directly tore through the void. Their speed increased exponentially. The other person was wrapped in the wings. His palms were constantly forming seals, causing the mirror in the sky to continuously hammer down light. An unparalleled power erupted from the mirror, causing the world to constantly collide with each other. So much so that some people nearby also sensed it. Their faces turned pale and they quickly retreated. Someone was attacking. What a terrifying attack! Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, the people who were watching from outside naturally noticed this. That swordsman was targeted, and a great battle was about to break out. They were extremely nervous. And in the space, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The sword chi on his body burned, making him look like a sword god. With the sword, he split the seal. However, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he was waiting. These people wanted to kill him. He was here to send these people to hell. The three demon sages were very fast and arrived in an instant. Seeing that Lin Xian had broken the seal and did not escape, the three of them were stunned. Then, their faces darkened. "Kid, you actually dare to wait here? You're really impatient. Well, I'll take you down today." Earth-shattering power erupted from the three of them, and the light of the laws shot into the sky. It was as if the three volcanoes had been revived. Lin Xian didn't say much either. He immediately unleashed his tiger demon all out and charged forward. Army Destroyer, Sky Breaker, Soul Suppressor. The three attacks came one after another. Between heaven and earth, a tiger's roar sounded. It was abnormally terrifying. The three demon sages naturally knew how powerful it was. They roared and attacked together. The three of them used their terrifying unique skills. Among them, the one with the wings of shrouding heaven on his back turned his wings into two heavenly blades, which flashed with a terrifying light. Another person controlled the mirror and used a soul attack. The last person let out a roar as he punched out with a terrifying fist, causing the world around him to collapse. Chapter 42-39. The people outside exclaimed when they saw this scene. "The sword maniac shouldn't be able to block it this time, right?" Boom! 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 The three divine powers collided with the tiger demon fist. Rays of light exploded, and the terrifying laws shocked the world. Then, the three divine powers were torn apart, and the three beast overlords were sent flying. The spectators outside sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. The sword maniac was too powerful, right? The three beast overlords in the space also had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was able to fight against them, and the three of them were able to injure them. A cold light burst out from their eyes, and they attacked with all their might. With a roar, their bloodline was fully activated. The terrifying wings of shrouding heaven fluttered between heaven and earth. The ancient mirror kept growing bigger and bigger, like a mountain descending, causing heaven and earth to shatter. The last beast overlord even waved his fist, shattering the void. It had the power to wipe out thousands of troops. These were the three ultimate moves, but they were easily broken by Lin Xian. The bodies of the three split open, turning into rain that scattered between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond the expectations of the three. The three of them probably didn't expect it even when they were dying. The attack formed by the three of them was broken so easily. They were really weak. After Lin Xian killed the three of them, he took their storage rings. Then, a large black hand grabbed at the void. He directly controlled the mirror. The mirror wanted to fight back, but Lin Xian slapped it. His heavenly secret divine eyes shattered the soul imprint on it. The Thousand Demons City was really reckless. Lin Xian snorted. He directly controlled the mirror and began to search around. He was looking for the people of the Thousand Demons City. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. The faces of the people of the Thousand Demons City turned ugly again. Would the nine-headed Qilin be in danger? That's right, Lin Xian was indeed looking for the people of the Thousand Demons City. Originally, he had a heaven-level divine power, but once he used it, he was afraid that he would be exposed. But now, with this ancient mirror, there was nothing to be afraid of. His soul power flowed in continuously, allowing him to scan his surroundings. Soon, he saw the phantoms of a few demonic beasts. Kill! Lin Xian controlled the mirror and flew out. Soon, he arrived in the sky and shot a shocking bolt of lightning at the mountain range below. A crazy roar came from below. A lizard suddenly appeared. Its tail was drawn in the shape of a 1,000-mile mountain range, sweeping across the sky. However, it was easily pierced through by Lin Xian. After 3 moves, the giant lizard was blown apart. After seizing the token and storage ring, Lin Xian continued on his way. Next, he attacked fiercely, killing 5 terrifying demonic beasts. Finally, he met a person. When he saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. Nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression was extremely ugly. There were only 2 people beside him. Logically speaking, with his status, it was impossible for him to have so few guards. But after all, it was a random teleportation. After he arrived, he did not have time to gather others. But now, he was found by Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. When nine-headed Qilin saw Lin Xian, his face turned green. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian shot out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a sea of lightning and completely sealed the entire space. In the next moment, he walked forward. Why? You want to leave so soon after seeing me? Where's your arrogance from before? Damn brat, if you dare to do anything, you're dead. The experts of the Demon City are nearby. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth and roared. Outside, the people of the Demon City were also stunned when they saw this scene. Soaring Sky Sage King even stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled. His cold voice sounded. Sword Maniac, you're dead. The people of the 3 dragon tribes' faces darkened. Peerless Sage King even sneered. Why can't you keep your cool? If you're so afraid of death, why let him in? Moreover, it's useless for you to scream here. Go in if you dare. Damn it. Soaring Sky Sage King was about to vomit blood. He couldn't control this space, so he naturally couldn't go in. Moreover, there were so many Sage Kings. If he broke the rules, he would be attacked by them. He sat down coldly and gritted his teeth. If anything happens to nine-headed Qilin, he's dead. The Sword Maniac will definitely die. Whoever dares to protect him will be going against the Demon City. I'll definitely destroy his soul. The cold voice made everyone know that the Demon City was really angry this time. I wonder what will happen to nine-headed Qilin. Does this Sword Maniac dare to make a move? In the space, Lin Xian looked at nine-headed Qilin and laughed. You still dare to threaten me? Seems like you don't know what's good for you. Go, the 2 of you, kill him. Nine-headed Qilin roared. Beside him were 2 demon sages. One was shining like the sun, while the other was cold like a devil. These 2 were powerful guardians. Roar! The one on the left was a flaming sparrow. It opened its mouth and spewed out divine flames that burned the 9 heavens. The one on the right spewed out terrifying demonic clouds that covered the sky and the sun. It carried a cold aura. When the 2 of them attacked, it was really terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He waved his hand and the tiger demon fist and blue dragon seal erupted again. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The sky full of divine flames and terrifying demonic clouds were all shattered. The 2 of them also exclaimed. Not good, 9th young master. He's too strong. We better escape quickly. Nine-headed Qilin's expression became extremely ugly. Can we escape? As expected, lightning kept appearing around Lin Xian, as well as terrifying sword qi. The sword qi cut off everything. The 3 of you don't have to surrender. If you kneel down obediently, I can consider leaving your corpses intact. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. He knew that the Demon City had targeted him previously. The other party would definitely not show mercy. Therefore, he said, the 2 of you, hold on for a while. I'm going to use a secret technique. He gritted his teeth and the illusion of a 9-headed heavenly snake and a Qilin appeared on his body. At the same time, he spat out a huge seal. There was a Qilin coiling around the seal. It was abnormally terrifying. Could it be a treasure left behind by the legendary Qilin race? When the spectators saw this, they exclaimed. They didn't expect 9-headed Qilin to have such a trump card. When the 2 demon sages saw this, they also took a deep breath. This was the only way. Therefore, their eyes turned red. They were going all out. The laws on their bodies erupted and they let out terrifying roars. The two of them used their secret techniques and rushed over again. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wind and lightning laws condensed in his hand, forming a huge and indestructible sickle. When the sickle slashed down, it destroyed everything. Soon screams were heard. The two demon sages couldn't even block a single move. They were directly killed. Their souls wanted to run, but they were directly enveloped by two balls of golden flames. They burned rapidly. Ah! The miserable screams made one's scalp go numb. Nine-headed Qilin was stunned. They can't even block a single move? He gritted his teeth and spat out blood, staining the Qilin seal. The Qilin seal erupted with an unparalleled radiance, and a terrifying roar sounded from it. It was as if a Qilin had been resurrected and rushed towards the sky. With a crack, he broke the seal. Chapter 42-40. Great! The nine-headed dragon was overjoyed when it saw this. It turned into a stream of light and tried to leave with the Qilin's seal. However, at this moment, a large black palm slapped over and enveloped him. Damn it! The nine-headed dragon roared and blew at the Qilin's seal as it charged forward. It wanted to fight against the other party. The Qilin charged into the clouds and wanted to tear the black palm apart. Boom! The two collided and terrifying laws swept in all directions. Countless large cracks spread rapidly. I blocked it. The nine-headed dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight against the other party. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. There were strange runes on the black palm and it directly blasted the Qilin's attack away. The black palm closed and grabbed the Qilin directly. At this moment, another palm slapped over. Like the phantom of an azure dragon, it rushed towards Qujin. The nine-headed dragon screamed in pain, and its body was instantly torn apart. No! Outside, the people of the demon city roared crazily when they saw this scene. The nine-headed dragon couldn't block such an attack at all. He would definitely be killed. The nine-headed dragon only had 3 lives left. Now, he only had 2 left. Can he still fight against it? Damn it, why don't those people dare to come? The nine-headed dragon was indeed killed. The azure dragon heart was definitely not something that he could withstand. However, his bloodline was special and he could revive after death. Not long after, the nine-headed dragon phantom appeared on his body. After he was revived, his expression became extremely unsightly. Damn it! I will definitely take revenge. He ran away again. However, the azure dragon seal. Once again, it came over. The nine-headed dragon screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You want to beg me? I'll give you a chance. The nine-headed dragon gritted its teeth. I'm a peerless genius. I'm usually high and mighty. How could I beg for mercy? However, he only had 2 lives. The other party could completely destroy him in 2 moves. In order to save his life, he could only grit his teeth and kneel on the ground. Please let me go. I will never go against you again. Ha! Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked up at the sky. Did you see that? The peerless geniuses of the myriad demon city that you have groomed are now kneeling before my feet. I wonder how you feel about that. The people outside were all stupefied. The nine-headed spirit was actually kneeling and begging for mercy. This was truly out of their expectations. Furthermore, Lin Xian's unrestrained provocation shocked them even more. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. They were originally ferocious demonic beasts. Usually, they were the ones who suppressed others. No one had ever dared to provoke them. However, at this moment, they were being crazily slapped in the face. Even their most outstanding disciple was kneeling at the feet of that person. Damn it, those elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The flying sky Saint King's eyes exploded with a terrifying saber light that pierced through everything, causing the surrounding sky and earth to shatter. The nine-headed Qilin was also roaring crazily inside. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you targeting our myriad demon city? He really doesn't understand. Lin Xian sneered. You people from the demon city use your power to bully others. Do you think you can bully others just because you have the upper hand? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. I'm here for revenge. As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his soul-suppressing technique. The terrifying black stone tablet descended, suppressing the nine-headed Qilin completely. Lin Xian struck out with a dragon-shaped sword qi that entered the nine-headed Qilin's body, sealing him completely. The nine-headed Qilin felt his strength disappearing and was terrified. What are you trying to do? I've already kneeled and begged for mercy. Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Because you're still useful. I'll give you a big gift. With a wave of his hand, he kept the nine-headed Qilin. The spectators outside were stunned. The other party didn't make a move immediately. This was truly shocking. But thinking about it, they knew that the nine-headed Qilin was probably feeling worse than death right now. They didn't know what the other party was planning. As for the people of the Myriad Demon City, they were discussing fervently. The other party was here for revenge. Who was this person? They had offended quite a number of people due to their usual arrogance. But so what? There shouldn't be anyone who could go against them. The soaring sky god king's face was dark as well. He was thinking about who this person was. Suddenly he thought of someone. But he quickly shook his head. Impossible. That lad was poisoned by the yellow spring diagram. He shouldn't be alive. And even if he was alive, he shouldn't be so strong. Therefore, he had no idea who this person was. Lin Xian left after suppressing the nine-headed Qilin. He didn't kill the other party. Because he was going to use the nine-headed Qilin to threaten the Myriad Demon City. Who knew, it might be useful. But for now, he should meet up with the people of Peerless City. He continued to activate the ancient mirror above his head to search. In other places, the other people were doing the same. They were searching for the other party and fighting for the token. In the vast mountains, 4 streaks of lightning flashed and turned into 4 figures. They were the 4 experts of Lei Shinqing. At this moment, they were looking at a figure by the waterfall in front of them, and the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Someone was there. And it was a lone person. They directly rushed over and fought in all 4 directions, completely surrounding that person. Looking at the other party's appearance, they should be from Peerless City. A cold smile appeared on their faces. There was enmity between them and Peerless City. So, did they see the people from Peerless City? Kneel at our feet obediently and accept our judgment. We can leave you with an intact corpse. In front of them, a young man was sitting on a rock under the waterfall. He was fishing with a fishing rod in his hands. Looking at the 4 figures, he raised his head and frowned. People of Laishan City, you scared my fish away. Scram! Otherwise, die. A cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The 4 people of Lei Shinqing were stunned. Then, they sneered in disdain. What did this lad say? Tell us to scram? And he said he wanted us to die? Ha ha. Who did he think he was? If you were Fu Hongye or Ling Huchuishue, we would leave immediately. But you're not. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Seems like you're tired of living. Some people were always so reckless. The young man rose to his feet. The fishing rod in his hand was still swaying gently. A low and deep voice was heard. 1,000 mountains, absolute flight. As the voice sounded, the surrounding scene changed. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared around the waterfall and blocked their path. At the same time, some piercing rays of light tore through the void, shattering the entire void. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the 4 sacred venerables of Laishan City were pierced through thousands of times by those black shadows. Blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 42-41. In just an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The bodies of the 4 people also turned into a bloody mist. How could this be? The four of them roared in horror. What happened just now? Wasn't the opponent's divine ability too terrifying? Since you've disturbed my fishing, then you'll become my fish. The young man's eyes once again burst out with a terrifying light. Not good, this is a hidden expert. Run, the four sacred venerables from Thunder God's city. Just as they were about to turn and run, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. 10,000 paths, no trace left. Crack, crack. Time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. The four sacred venerables also stopped in their tracks. Then they shattered like glass. Their souls were directly shattered. They could not believe that the opponent had such a terrifying divine ability. The people who were watching the battle outside were also stunned. Oh my God, who is this person? He could actually kill four experts of the same level so easily. His technique was heaven-defying. He was from Wushuang City. Impossible. Apart from Fu Hongye and Ling Huchuixue, there was no one else in Wushuang City that was so terrifying. The people of Lei Shenqing had ugly expressions on their faces as they started to discuss among themselves. Damn it, they had lost four experts in an instant. They raised their heads and looked at Wushuang City. They were not the only ones. Everyone looked over. Wushuang Sage's lips curled into a smile. Did these people think that he did not have any trump cards? What a joke. Wushuang City did not send any hunters before this. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that some people needed to use them at a critical moment. For example, the strength of the second stage was enough to shock these people. In front of the waterfall, the young man killed four sacred venerables of the same level as him. It seemed like he had done something insignificant. He also raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see through the void. I am Wushuang Sage's third disciple, Lu Yuan. His voice spread in all directions. The spectators' pupils shrank. Wushuang Sage's personal disciple. They did not expect that apart from Ling Huchuixue and Fu Hongye, there was actually such a terrifying disciple. They wondered if Wushuang's city had any other trump cards. Everyone was shocked. In fact, it was not only Wushuang City. Some powerful geniuses had also appeared in other sacred cities. For example, apart from Wan Jianyi, there was another person with terrifying strength in the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Lu Xuanqing. He was a secret genius nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, he had revealed his talent. At this moment, he was facing three holy venerates. With a single sword strike, he caused the three holy venerates to retreat. The three saint venerables knew that they were no match for him, so they took out their tokens to save their lives. Get lost. Lu Xuanqing waved his hand, and three tokens floated in the air and flew toward him. A smile appeared on his face. This time, he was going to let the heavenly smiting myriad worlds know how powerful it was. The three saint venerables retreated, their faces pale. To be honest, they were unwilling to accept it, but what could they do? The other party's strength was far above theirs. They couldn't withstand that sword strike. If there were a few more sword strikes, their souls would probably be destroyed. Truly terrifying. Who would have thought that aside from Wan Jianyi, there was actually such a terrifying expert? Just as the token was about to fly into Lu Xuanqing's hand, the situation suddenly changed. Between heaven and earth, a horrifying sound wave rang out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. In the distance, the three saint venerables who had yet to retreat felt an intense impact on their souls. It was as if their souls were about to split apart. What a terrifying voice! Who was it? They came back to their senses and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Xuanqing roaring. Sword chi erupted from her body and shrouded her body like a ray of sunlight. At the same time, he sneered, "Who dares to attack me?" No figure appeared between heaven and earth, but the sound wave was even more terrifying. Lu Xuanqing snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sword hummed, and dazzling sword light appeared, crisscrossing. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, completely sealing off the entire space. With one sword strike, heaven and earth were destroyed. Finally, the sound wave disappeared. A figure walked out of the cave. You can actually block my sound wave. Interesting. That person was half human and half demon. He was extremely terrifying. After the three Saint Venerables saw the sword Tao, their pupils shrank. They didn't expect it to be the Azure Sky Rock. This was an extremely terrifying expert. They didn't know if this genius of the Myriad Swords Pavilion could resist those people outside. Seeing this scene, they were also surprised and started discussing. In the space, Lu Xuanqi narrowed her eyes when she saw the other party. She sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's a demonic beast. A mere demonic beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down and accept your death. Along with her voice, the entire space was pierced through by sword chi. The terrifying sword chi seemed to want to tear the 9 heavens and 10 lands apart. The Azure Sky Rock was originally disdainful, but when he saw the terrifying sword chi, his pupils shrank. I didn't expect you to be able to learn the mysterious heaven sword formation. No wonder you're so arrogant. The Azure Sky Rock was indeed shocked. The mysterious heaven sword formation was a very terrifying sword formation in the Myriad Swords Pavilion. It was very difficult to learn. It was said that even the Myriad Swords Pavilion couldn't learn it. He didn't expect the person in front of him to have learned it. It had been 3,000 years since it appeared. Now that it was done, it was truly terrifying. I didn't expect you to be a sword genius. Since that's the case, then forget it. I don't need to fight with you. I'm pressed for time. With that, a pair of terrifying wings appeared on the Azure Sky Rock's back. He spread his wings and was about to fly away. Now wasn't the time to fight. However, Lu Xuanqi sneered. You think you can come and go as you please? Once my sword formation is out, I'll use you as a sacrifice. At this point, the terrifying sword chi in the surroundings began to buzz. One after another, sword images appeared between heaven and earth. They were like divine swords that could split the heavens apart. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed down. The Azure Sky Rock's expression sank. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Very well, then I'll see if the mysterious heaven sword formation is as powerful as the legends say. With a roar, he charged over with the sky on his back. A blue sky diagram formed on his back. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that the Azure Sky Rock could carry the sky on his back. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth. One was a terrifying mutated beast, while the other was using a lost technique, the mysterious heaven sword formation. The power of the two was unparalleled. The 3 holy sovereigns in the distance were instantly sent flying. They looked at the scene in the distance with pale faces. Fortunately, they had handed over their tokens earlier. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The spectators outside were also shocked. They didn't expect there to be a hidden genius in the second stage. In the first stage, they already knew about some experts. They originally thought that the second stage would be a battle between them. They didn't expect that the people in the second stage would be even more terrifying. Whether it was the Azure Sky Rock or Lu Xuanqi, they were all extremely terrifying. However, some people frowned. The mysterious heaven sword formation was indeed extraordinary. The Azure Sky Rock was probably in danger. No way, right? The Azure Sky Rock's diagram couldn't suppress the sword chi? Some people didn't dare to believe it. Chapter 42-42. Not long after, the blue sky diagram shattered and was torn apart by the sword chi. The Azure Sky Rock's body was also pierced by the sword chi, and blood splattered out. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Lu Xuanqi sneered. You're nothing much. With a roar, the black heaven sword formation became even more terrifying. Sword chi danced in the air, trying to tear the Azure Sky Rock apart. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Azure Sky Rock transformed into its true form and launched a peerless attack. It tore apart a corner of the sword formation and quickly fled. However, it was very miserable. Half of its wing was cut open. Blood flowed and dyed his enormous body red. Fortunately, it was talented. It activated its bloodline and directly merged with the sky, disappearing. The spectators were shocked. Defeated. The incomparably terrifying Azure Sky Rock was actually defeated. Is this the legendary Black Heaven Sword formation? It's too terrifying. Did you run away? Humph, I'll definitely kill you next time. Lu Xuanqing snorted coldly, retracted the sword formation, and flew into the distance. Suddenly, she saw a terrifying sword light cutting through the void in the distance. It's senior brother Wan. She was overjoyed and couldn't help but speed up. Soon, she saw a few figures standing in front of her. One of them had an aura that was even stronger than hers. It was Wan Jiani. Senior brother Wan, Lu Xuanqing called out. The people in front turned their heads. Wan Jiani also smiled. Junior sister Lu. He waved his hand. Lu Xuanqing flew over. The two sides met up, and the people around them praised. Senior brother Wan and senior sister Lu are unparalleled when they join forces. No one can fight against us. The group of people attacked aggressively, and no one dared to stop them. They collected the tokens very quickly, and in the end, they only wanted to eliminate the enemies. Finally, they saw a figure in front of them. One of them slashed at the sky with sword chi, but the other party dodged it. They were surprised that the other party could dodge it. No one could block it before. They knelt and begged for mercy, but the other party didn't seem to be like that. Interesting. I've finally met an interesting opponent. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion smiled. Lin Xian frowned. Although he had the ancient mirror, there weren't many people from Wushuang City. There were only 11 of them, so it was more troublesome to gather. However, he did not expect to run into people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sent out a sword chi, he instantly dodged it. In the next moment, he was surrounded by 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people. Lin Xian's eyes glinted coldly. You want to fight? He ignored the others and stared at Wan Jiani. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also stunned. They didn't expect it to be the other party. They were greatly surprised. They knew about Lin Xian. After all, the sword fanatic had caused a ruckus and eliminated many experts. Humph, Wan Jiani's eyes also emitted a biting cold killing intent. Although he didn't know the other party was very threatening. It was better to get rid of such a potential enemy as soon as possible. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned once again. Then, they burst into exclamations. They did not expect that the two great powerhouses would meet so quickly. No matter if it was the sword maniac or Wan Jiani, they were both extremely terrifying. Besides, there was also Lu Xuanqing, who had made a name for herself. When the two sides met, an unparalleled battle would definitely erupt. Some people from the sacred city let out a cold smile. Great, this kid is definitely dead. Indeed, Lin Xian was alone, while the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had many people, not to mention 2 sword experts. In a one-on-one battle, who would be stronger, him or Wan Jiani? Some people started to discuss. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. How could he be a match for Wan Jiani? He couldn't even defeat Lu Xuanqing. That's right, who does he think he is? He will definitely die when he meets the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very confident. Lu Xuanqing also narrowed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. She also sneered. You must be the sword fanatic. You were so arrogant before and even dared to attack the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, how are you going to die? Lin Xian glanced at her and said coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Get lost. Let Wan Jiani talk to me. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party at all. In his opinion, only Wan Jiani was worthy of his attention. Lu Xuanqing's face sank completely. He dared to look down on her. Unforgivable. An unparalleled aura exploded from her body. Kid, you dare to provoke me? Senior brother Juan doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with you. As she spoke, she strode forward. With every step she took, countless swords she formed under her feet. After 5 steps, the sword aura that filled the air sealed the entire space, completely shrouding Lin Xian. It was about to start. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lu Xuanqing to make a move so soon. Lin Xian also revealed a look of surprise when he sensed the sword chi. His strength is not bad. He looked at her again and said indifferently, "Tell me your name." "I don't kill nameless people. My name is Lu Xuanqing. Remember that I will be your nightmare for life." Lu Xuanqing shouted angrily and endless sword chi exploded. "How dare you go against our senior sister Lu? You are courting death." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered behind her. Wang Jiani didn't make a move. In his opinion, Lu Xuanqing was enough to kill her opponent. Lin Xian struck out with the blue dragon seal. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. A huge dragon danced quickly and collided with the terrifying sword chi. The sound of the heaven-shaking squad was heard like a comet colliding. The sword chi was all sent flying. However, even the shadow of the blue dragon was penetrated. One could imagine how terrifying Lu Xuanqing's sword chi was. Kill! The sword chi turned into seawater and surged in all directions. Lu Xuanqing's face was gloomy. She wanted to kill her opponent as soon as possible. Lin Xian was also surprised that his opponent was able to block his blue dragon seal. He was really surprised. Interesting. He struck out with the blue dragon 9 palms again. Terrifying power exploded. Every palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Both sides were evenly matched. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind him were all shocked. They knew how terrifying Lu Xuanqing's strength was. Her simple attacks could instantly kill a sacred venerable of the same level. However, her 2 strikes couldn't do anything to her opponent. The people watching the battle outside were also surprised. This sword maniac was indeed strong. They wondered who would win this battle. The situation seemed to be getting more and more confusing. Lu Xuanqing gritted her teeth. Her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Lin Xian said, "Your name is Lu Xuanqing, right? I will remember it. You are worthy of my full strength." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't believe that Lu Xuanqing didn't use her full strength. Lu Xuanqing snorted coldly. "Don't be so arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now. Now I will let you see my ultimate skill." As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. Countless sword chi flew out and formed a sword formation around her. "Kid, I will let you see the power of the Xiantian sword formation." Chapter 42-43. They could feel the power of the sword formation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He felt a sense of danger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen this kind of formation from the other saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion before. In fact, he didn't know that this formation had been around for 3,000 years, and no one had been able to master it. Lu Xuanqing was the first. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. This showed how powerful Lu Xuanqing's talent and swordsmanship was. Slash! Lu Xuanqing roared. Suddenly, the black heaven sword formation began to rotate, transforming into thousands of sword chi that charged forward. The world shattered, and terrifying laws rushed into the sky, accompanied by a shocking killing intent. Everyone was stunned, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also clenched their fists. The fist was too powerful. The sword maniac would definitely die. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the Tiger Demon Fist to resist. He used the Army Destroyer, Sky Shattering, and Formation Spirit one after another. Then, the 4th divine ability appeared. Demonic Transformation. The roar of a tiger sounded between heaven and earth, and the demonic clouds churned with an extremely terrifying aura. The two divine abilities collided between heaven and earth. Lu Xuanqing's palms kept forming seals, and the black heaven sword formation changed, forming millions of sword god phantoms that quickly charged out. They tore the tiger demon fist apart. Lin Xian used the laws of wind and thunder. Countless storms on his left formed a wind sword that bloomed with incomparable light. On his right, an ice and thunder sword formed with a destructive aura. The wind and thunder swords slashed forward. They collided with the phantoms. At the same time, Lin Xian also formed seals with his palms. He used the laws of the five elements to form the five elements sword formation. Boom! At this moment, his sword intent erupted, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void, forcing all the millions of sword god phantoms to retreat. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. The spectators outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword maniac was indeed a top swordsman. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Lu Xuanqing's black heaven sword formation changed again. It turned into a sword shadow that reached the heavens and slashed down, breaking apart the wind and thunder sword and the five elements sword. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His figure flashed as he used the wind shakes the nine heavens and quickly dodged. At the same time, he said, "Your swordsmanship is much stronger than I imagined. No wonder you dared to stand against me. However, it is still impossible for him to defeat me." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent burst forth. Obviously, he was going to go all out. Hearing this, Lu Xuanqing was shocked. Did the other party want to die? However, when she felt the sword intent, her expression changed. How was that possible? Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? She was completely enraged. She formed a seal, and the mysterious heaven sword formation erupted with a violent force. It swept out. One sword shadow after another formed between heaven and earth. The power formed by the combination of these sword formations was incomparably mysterious. First slash of the black heaven. The giant sword that reached the heavens was held by a hand. Then, it slashed down crazily, as if a god was really angry. The power of the mysterious heaven sword formation was terrifying again. Probably not many sacred venerables could withstand it. Only the older generation could withstand it head-on. When the spectators saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Jian's nerves were also tense. To be honest, he felt threatened now. Lu Xuanqing was younger than him. If she was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years in the future, she might really surpass him. This shocked him greatly. Could its power still be increased? Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that Lu Xuanqing had already activated the sect convergence sword. It was obvious that she had strengthened the power of the formation. Thinking of this, he also waved his hand, and a biting cold aura burst out. A flying sword appeared in his hand, which turned into tens of thousands of sword chi and rotated crazily around him. Sword kinesis technique. At this moment, as he moved, all the sword chi began to tremble violently. At the same time, a low dragon roar sounded from within his body. Those sword chi seemed to have transformed into huge dragons that suddenly roared towards the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, even the people in the distance looked up. There were peerless experts fighting. Go quickly. They were scattered all over the world, but at this moment, they were gathering in the same place. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying power! Lu Xuanqing was also surprised. To be honest, other than Wang Jiani, she didn't care about anyone else. She didn't expect this sword maniac to be such a threat to her. So what? She was extremely confident in the mysterious heaven sword formation. This was a sword technique that no one except her had mastered. With a roar, a flash of light appeared in her eyes. Then, the giant sword slashed down crazily. Boom! A gigantic sword clashed with countless terrifying sword shadows. Then, tens of thousands of thunderous roars erupted. The world completely shattered, and the surrounding people of the myriad sword pavilion kept retreating. They couldn't withstand this power at all. On a mountain peak in the distance, the azure sky rock's eyes were filled with shock. This was the aura of the mysterious Heaven Sword formation. Who was fighting with the other party? He had experienced the power of the mysterious Heaven Sword formation before. Even he couldn't withstand it. Now, an even more terrifying swordsman had appeared? Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. The mountain peak that he was originally standing on also cracked. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, countless cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching sword, like a spider web on one side. Then, with a cracking sound, the sword light turned into countless laws and scattered in the sky. The heavenly sword shadow was directly shattered. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful. How was this possible? The elders of the myriad sword pavilion were all stunned. That was the mysterious Heaven Sword formation. How could anyone break it? Lu Xuanqing kept retreating, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shock. She couldn't believe that it was the mysterious Heaven Sword formation. It was her most powerful ability. But now, it had been shattered. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this guy using? Why is his sword intent so powerful? At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream, and he roared like crazy. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sword chi descended again, sending Lu Xuanqing flying. Then, he said, "You're no match for me. However, your strength is not bad. Judging from your talent in the sword Dao, you might even be above the myriad sword Dao. Why don't you submit to me?" To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised, although the other party was inferior to him. However, the other party was so young and beautiful, yet she had mastered such a supreme technique. It really shocked him. He could tell that this sword technique was very terrifying. Perhaps not even the myriad sword Dao knew it. Otherwise, the other party would have already used it during the battle. With such talent in the sword Dao, he also had a heart of appreciation. Submit to you? Lu Xuanqing was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Was the other party older than her? What kind of joke was this? She was a top genius, and she felt that the other party was slapping her in the face. Chapter 42-44. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Kill me if you can. Lu Xuanqing gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xian shook his head. Your sword will be even stronger in my hands. The people from Wanjian Pavilion went crazy when they heard that. Even the saint ruler of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression on his face. What a load of nonsense. Wan Jiani rushed up with a murderous aura. He said, Junior sister, don't listen to him. He wants to destroy your cultivation. This guy is too despicable. Let's kill him together. Join forces? Lu Xuanqing was stunned. The spectators were also shocked. No way. Wan Jiani came in. Is he not confident? To be honest, Wan Jiani's face turned cold when he saw Lin Xian's strength. He was confident. However, it was very troublesome. He might even be able to defeat him. However, he might not be able to kill him. He had to get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to join forces with Lu Xuanqing. This guy is too despicable. We can definitely kill him if we join forces. However, Lu Xuanqing hesitated. Although she was arrogant, she had never thought of joining forces with others. In her opinion, geniuses would not bother to join forces with others. Unless it was a team battle. She really didn't want to fight two against one like now, so she said. Before she could finish, Wan Jiani said, No buts. If I let this guy go, there will be endless trouble. In order to survive, she had to kill him. How shameless! Lin Xian sneered after hearing that. This Wan Jiani is indeed ruthless. Now he wants to join forces to kill me. Wan Jiani, are you not even qualified to fight me one-on-one? How dare you call yourself a sword genius? In less than 3 years, you will be surpassed by this junior sister of yours. Kid, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death today. Wan Jiani pulled out his sword. He activated 10,000 swords and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. This power was even more terrifying than Lu Xuanqin's. Lu Xuanqin did not make a move, but the 6 experts from Wan Jiani pulled out their swords and fought in 6 directions. They obeyed Wan Jiani and would not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. Although he was in a very dangerous situation now, facing 2 top-notch experts and 6 experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he was still in a very dangerous situation. However, he was still not afraid. At most, he would use his trump card to reveal his identity to everyone. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up. A terrifying sword intent appeared on his body. It soared straight into the clouds. From the looks of it, Lin Xian was also about to make a move. However, at this moment, a voice rang out from the sky. Bullying with numbers. Do you really think that there's no one left in Wushuang City? The faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion members changed. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The people from Peerless City had arrived. Who was it? Was it Senior Brother Fu or Senior Brother Linghu? He raised his head and saw that it wasn't her. Instead, it was a man in green who descended from the sky. His face was unfamiliar. However, Lin Xian knew that this was one of the senior brothers of Peerless City. When Wan Jiani saw that it wasn't Fu Hongye, he sneered. Just anyone dared to come and seek death. Kill him. As his voice fell, the 6 experts erupted with terrifying sword qi and charged towards the other party. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't know the strength of this green-robed youth. The green-robed youth's gaze was calm as he said coldly. Thousands of mountains, flying away. Countless mountain peaks appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the 6 sword saints. Then black phantoms flew out from the mountain peaks. They were like sharp blades, covering the sky and earth. There were at least 10 million of them. In an instant, the 6 sword saints retreated. Countless bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Blood dyed their bodies red. In the blink of an eye, they were seriously injured. So powerful! Everyone's pupils constricted. Even Wan Jiani was stunned. Lin Xian was the same. He took a deep breath. What a terrifying supernatural power! It seemed that this person should be a top-notch genius. Who are you? Wan Jiani gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't expect Peerless City to have such an expert other than Linghu Chuixue and Fu Hongye. I'm Lu Yuan, the 3rd disciple of Peerless Saint King. Wan Jiani, you're a top-notch genius on the pilgrim list. How can you be so despicable now? You want to fight me with numbers? You can try now. Lu Yuan stepped in the air, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Wan Jiani's expression was very ugly. They originally had an absolute advantage. However, Lu Yuan's appearance directly injured the 6 sword saints, causing them to lose their advantage in an instant. It was just Lu Yuan. If they really fought, Wan Jiani wasn't afraid at all. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. Because at this moment, another ethereal voice sounded. Oh, is someone bullying Peerless City? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone's soul trembled violently. They felt as if their souls were about to split open. Even Lin Xian took a deep breath. What a terrifying soul expert! Moreover, it was someone from Peerless City. Everyone looked up and saw a woman walking over in the sky. She was wearing a black dress. Like a flower that bloomed in the netherworld, her hair was snow-white. The 2 contrasting colors on his body were incomparably strange. Her eyes were black and white, as if they were yin and yang. Her appearance caused the entire world to become oppressive. Who is this person? Everyone was shocked, and so were the elders of the sacred city who were watching from the outside. Did Peerless City have another top-notch genius? Impossible, how could there be so many geniuses? Who are you? Wan Jiani gritted his teeth and asked. He felt that the cultivation of the other party was ordinary, but her eyes were too terrifying. That was an eye technique, and her soul was extremely powerful. It was a great threat to him. I am the sixth disciple of Peerless Sage King Yurua. The mysterious woman's voice sounded between heaven and earth, and countless people took a deep breath. Another personal disciple. How many disciples did Peerless Sage King take in? The people of Wanjiani Pavilion had ugly expressions. The people of Akron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion also looked gloomy. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated Peerless City. They didn't expect Peerless City to have so many hidden geniuses. Yurua stood in the void and said coldly, Wanjiani, you said that you wanted to fight as a team. Alright, let's start now. As she spoke, an extremely powerful soul storm swept over. Wanjiani roared and activated Wanjiani's body to defend himself. Lu Xuanqing also used the Black Heaven Sword technique to cover her body. The 6 injured sword saints also wanted to defend themselves. But soon, their glabella cracked and their souls were destroyed. Are they dead? Wanjiani gritted his teeth in disbelief. His opponent's soul was so powerful. The people outside were also stunned. This person's soul was probably at the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm. Lin Xian was also shocked. Isn't this too powerful? Even his heavenly secret divine eyes felt a pressure. He didn't know what kind of eye technique the other party cultivated. His senior brother had taken in so many geniuses? He didn't know about it before. That's right, a team competition? Lu Yuan also laughed. Looks like we haven't fought for a long time. It's time to let them know how powerful we are. Wan Jiani was furious. What kind of joke was this? He wanted to fight as a team because they had the advantage. But now, the other party had more experts than them. If they wanted to fight as a team, it would be very disadvantageous. So he snorted and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, didn't you want to fight one-on-one? I'll give you a chance. Come on. Chapter 42-45. You're really shameless. You wanted to fight a group battle because you had the advantage in numbers. Now that you have nothing to do, you want to fight one-on-one? Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered. The others also discussed spiritedly. This Wan Jiani is really too despicable. Yeah, I used to think that he was a proud swordsman, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister. Hearing this, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions, but they didn't say anything. Because what Wan Jiani did now was the wisest. Wan Jiani also snorted coldly. He didn't care about anything, whether it was despicable or shameless, as long as he could win. So he said, How do I know you don't dare to? Trying to goad me? Lin Xian laughed. Very good, I'll fall for that. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out, causing countless people to be stunned. This sword maniac's brain must be damaged. He actually wants to fight one-on-one at this time. He's too arrogant. Even Lu Yuan and Yurua were stunned. However, when they saw the confident smile on Lin Xian's face, they didn't say anything. Lin Xian walked out. He looked at Lu Xuanqing. I'll let you see how the top swordsman of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will be defeated by me. At that time, I hope you'll submit to me. Damn it, don't be arrogant. Senior brother Wan will definitely not lose. Lu Xuanqing gritted his teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose, I'll let you do whatever you want, but if he loses, you'll submit to me. As soon as these words came out, the people watching the battle outside were stunned. This sword maniac didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that he's serious? What kind of joke is this? He's too arrogant. If it was a sacred king who did this, everyone would naturally be willing. But a young man, and a small saint at that, seemed to be joking no matter how they looked at it. Yuro was also stunned. Black and white light bloomed in her eyes, enveloping Lu Xuanqin. The next moment, she revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he has the body of a sword spirit? The body of a sword spirit? Lu Yuan was also stunned. Many people were in an uproar. This can't be, this is also a terrifying body in the universe. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would actually find it? The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion did not say a word. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn it, not only did he get slapped in the face, his secret was also exposed. Lu Xian was indeed a sword spirit in her heart, which was also a rare physique. Moreover, his achievements in the sword Dao were extremely terrifying. His future achievements would definitely be above that of a Saint King, so he was worth nurturing. Originally, they had planned to keep this a secret. After all, if the secret was leaked, they would definitely be targeted by the other holy cities. However, he didn't expect Yurua to see through it. Junior sister, don't worry. This brat is definitely not my match. Wan Jiani walked out and said, Kid, do you dare to swear on your Dao heart? Let's fight one-on-one. No one is allowed to help us. Why wouldn't he dare? Lin Xian sneered. He had long wanted to have a battle of swordsmanship with his opponent. Now was the perfect opportunity. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a piercingly cold sword chi directly pressed down. His speed was extremely fast. It was also the sword-controlling technique of the sword dragon race. Humph! Wan Jiani snorted and also waved his hand, and a sword chi was also released. The two collided, and the terrifying sword Dao Law swept out in all directions. Countless large cracks continued to spread. Lu Xuanqin quickly retreated. On the other side, Yurua and Lu Yuan also retreated to a distance, silently watching the battle. Lin Xian waved his sword chi, and it turned into battle dragons one after another, flying out. There was a terrifying dragon Dao aura on them. These sword chi could easily pierce through everything. Feeling the danger, Wan Jiani's face darkened, and he sneered. Do you know? The sword in my hand is called the Dragon Slaying Sword. It's just right to restrain you. The power of the sword burst out, and all the sword shadows were blown away. A terrifying light shot towards Lin Xian's throat. The dragon-slaying sword was Wan Jiani's weapon, and it was a famous sword in the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Legend had it that 8,000 years ago, there was a supreme sword saint in the Myriad Sword Pavilion who wielded this sword. He killed 9 supreme dragon race experts and became famous in the starry sky. Therefore, this sword was named the Dragon-Slaying Sword. Later, it was passed down to Wan Jiani, and when he used it now, it was also incomparably terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the 3 dragon races also looked gloomy. Although the dragon race experts that were killed were not from their races, they were still from the dragon race after all. The other party used their blood to make a name for himself, so naturally, they were unhappy. Therefore, many people gritted their teeth, hoping that Lin Xian could win. Sword controlling technique, 8 Dragon's Fury. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 8 shadows of swords appeared under his palm. They were abnormally terrifying. The 8 sword shadows kept vibrating, and an extremely terrifying dragon roar was released, along with his breathing technique. It was earth-shattering. The sword chi of the opponent's dragon-slaying sword was also shattered. Wan Jiani's pupils shrank, and he could only withdraw his sword and defend himself. He kept retreating, and the surrounding void turned into a black hole. What a terrifying sword! Lu Xuanqin was shocked when she saw this scene. Wan Jiani was forced to retreat, and his face turned ugly. Then, he quickly attacked. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was like 2 divine swords colliding non-stop. Every strike had the power to destroy the world. Divine sword controlling thunder. Wan Jiani was in harmony, and the sword chi was waved. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds condensed, and lightning descended. It merged with the sword chi, forming a terrifying and destructive aura. It was a shocking scene, and also a top-notch sword technique of the Wanjiani Pavilion. At this moment, it was being used, and it was attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword she was wide open, resisting it. He had seen many supernatural powers on Mount Lunghu before, and now they were all merged together. The sword chi that was formed was extremely mysterious, and each sword had an unpredictable power. Lin Xian waved 5 sword chi towards the sky in a row, tearing all the lightning apart. At the same time, his body shone brightly, and a sword chi shot out like a divine sword. He immediately charged towards Wanjiani. With a boom, the defense on Wanjiani's body was instantly torn apart, and the sword pierced into his body, leaving a sword mark. Dragon battle armor. It was the armor formed by Wanjiani's dragon-slaying sword chi, and it was extremely powerful. Even holy venerables of the same level couldn't tear it apart, but at this moment, he was roaring crazily. The laws of the sword on it kept flowing. His armor also made the sound of glass shattering, and his face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it. Lu Xuanqin sucked in a cold breath. Wanjiani was actually injured. It was too unbelievable. Countless people outside exclaimed, and Wanjiani roared angrily. Get lost! A terrifying sword intent burst out, and Lin Xian's battle sword was directly shattered. Then, he used the 10,000 swords convergence, and his body shone brightly, healing his wound. With a roar, he streaked across the sky, and with the dragon's slaying sword in his hand, he charged over. Accompanying it were tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Buzz! Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he shot out flying swords that filled the sky to resist it. The intense collision between the two was like fireworks in the sky. What followed was the sound of countless thunderous roars. At this moment, those who came from afar also stopped in their tracks. They even retreated again, because there was no way to go forward. This battle was really too terrifying. The people of the Wanjiani Pavilion couldn't believe it. It was simply too powerful, but Wanjiani was even more terrifying. Especially Wanjiani, who was now a sword saint, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was just a small saint, and with such a gap in cultivation, they were evenly matched. They couldn't believe it when they were evenly matched. Buzz! Suddenly, a sword chi tore everything apart, and charged towards Lin Xian's throat. It was an edgeless sword. This sword chi was silent, and it carried a biting cold killing intent. Chapter 42-46. Seeing this strange sword, Yu Re and Lu Yuan's hearts tightened. Lin Xian was expressionless. He was ready to use all kinds of strange techniques. Therefore, when he saw this scene, he opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. It was a silent sword. Then, he opened and closed it, charging forward. Imperial Thunder Sword. 10,000 swords wielded lightning to contend against it. However, after 10 moves he retreated again. His all-returning swords was almost repelled by the other party. How was this possible? He was shocked that the other party could find his weakness. Lin Xian sneered. He had cultivated the all-returning swords before, so he naturally knew where the weakness was. At this moment, he attacked again. Imperial Sword Technique, Roar of the 8 Dragons. Another terrifying sword sound was heard. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his long sword again. 8 Swords of the Sea Dragon. This was also a peerless sword technique. The sea water between heaven and earth surged, and the sound of dragons was heard. This sword technique was extremely vast, and it came with the power of heaven and earth. Wanjiani's all-returning swords was extremely powerful. He blocked the terrifying sword. At the same time, he attacked the 8 Swords of the Sea Dragon. At this moment, his sword technique kept hitting the waves, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't make any waves at all. The 8 sea dragons stirred up heaven and earth, as if the whole world had turned into an ocean. The water child sword technique and the sword law kept surging. The combination of the two completely suppressed the Imperial Thunder Sword. Especially under the dragon-breathing technique, the 8 sea dragons seemed to have come alive. They roared at the sky, and their power increased. Every attack was powerful enough to overturn the sea. In the end, all the lightning was completely drowned. Wan Jianni's expression changed. He quickly retreated and didn't use the Imperial Thunder Sword again. How about it? You're no match for me. Lin Xian snorted. Lu Xuanqin was completely stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Wan Jianni's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I'll show you my ultimate technique." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless sword chi flew out, forming a sword formation that covered heaven and earth again. Is senior brother Wan going to use the eightfold sword formation? Lu Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He also felt that the aura around him had become terrifying once again. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious heaven sword formation. Firstly, the formation that Wan Jianni was using was called the 8-phase sword formation. It was also a terrifying sword formation. Moreover, Wan Jianni's strength was above Lu Xuanqin's, so his power was even more terrifying than before. Eightfold sword formation: heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, lake. There were 8 different great Daos in 8 different directions. The great Daos formed from each other were extremely terrifying. At this moment, even Yu Rua and Lu Yuan had a change in expression. The people watching the battle from outside also exclaimed. Wan Jianni actually knew the eightfold sword formation. It was too terrifying. This guy's talent in the way of the sword was actually so high. The people from Peerless City furrowed their brows when they heard the commotion. Brat, can you feel the power of my sword art? Next will be your death. Wan Jianni snorted and waved his hand. The eightfold sword formation danced quickly. The sky churned as countless sword lights descended. It was as if the entire sky was hanging down. This was the sword of heaven. Its strength was extremely terrifying. If one was hit by it, they would definitely be crushed into a bloody mist. Lin Xian snorted and attacked with his sword art. At the same time, the ground cracked open. The sword of earth rushed out and combined with heaven and earth, completely sealing Lin Xian. Lin Xian was forced back. His blood and qi churned. Seeing this scene, Wan Jianni laughed. Kid, do you see this? This is the difference between us. You're not even a sacred venerable. What do you have to fight me? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The eightfold sword formation? That was interesting. It seems that you're a little more powerful than I thought. But so what? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold sword light. Then I'll let you see my sword art. As he spoke, the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on his body. They surged rapidly. The 5 elements sword formation. 5 types of great Tao sword chi surged around him. Each of them was incomparably sharp. They combined with each other and multiplied endlessly. Sword of fire. Lin Xian attacked with his sword. Monstrous flames flew out and engulfed the 9 heavens. It collided with the other party's sword of heaven. At the same time, he stomped his foot. Endless water laws also surged and formed a sword of water. It turned into a boundless sea and fought against the other party's sword of earth. The two collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a clash of different great Daos. At the same time, it was also a clash of different sword formations. The explosive power left everyone dumbstruck. Those who were watching the battle outside exclaimed again. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian also had a formation. He actually mastered the 5 elements laws and combined them. Some people frowned. This sword maniac was actually so difficult to deal with. Wan Jianni's face was also cold. 5 elements combined? Why did he feel that it was so familiar? If he remembered correctly, there was a detestable kid who knew the 5 elements. He didn't expect to see a similar law today. Could this guy be that brat? A doubt arose in his heart. But soon, he shook his head and denied it. Impossible. That detestable guy had already been attacked by a sage king. He would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. The sky shook and the earth shook. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Lin Xian blocked the other party's attack. Then, he said, "Your sword formation isn't that good either. It's my turn now. Sword of water, see?" As his voice faded, countless swords of water surged, turning into a monstrous ocean that engulfed the entire area. At this moment, the boundless land was completely covered by the sea. It turned into an ocean. It emitted a terrifying power that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Even those who were extremely far away changed. Their faces changed. It was too terrifying. Who exactly was the one who attacked? Their eyes turned red as they looked into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The sea surged, forming many whirlpools that swallowed Wang Jiani. It wanted to see a Wang Jiani. Wang Jiani snorted. The earth cracked open and crazily absorbed the sea water. The two were in a stalemate again. At the same time, he sneered. "Do you think I don't have water?" The eightfold sword formation also contained the law of water. At this moment, his law of water also surged out and collided with Lin Xian's water swords. At the same time, the law of fire also surged out. The four laws of heaven, earth, water, and fire all appeared. It suppressed Lin Xian's 5 elements sword formation. Lin Xian used the law of earth and the law of gold to block it. The sword chi of the two laws clashed again. At the same time, the law of wood covered the sky and covered the earth. The 5 elements combined and suppressed the other party again. Wang Jiani's face was cold. He shouted angrily. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. The terrifying power swept through everything. The law of wood was directly suppressed. "Kid, it's useless. Your wood sword chi can't block my lightning sword." As expected, the laws formed by the wood sword chi were continuously shattered. Your 5 elements sword formation only has 5 types of laws, while my 8-fold sword formation has 8 types of laws. What do you have to fight with me? Wang Jiani roared. Another terrifying storm blew. The 6th law appeared and completely suppressed the 5 elements sword formation. Chapter 42-47. A terrifying storm tore through the surroundings, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Everyone was shocked. The 8-fold sword formation was too powerful. It was Wang Jiani's most terrifying technique. At this moment, Wang Jiani's sword technique and laws were all integrated into the formation. This sword maniac was going to lose this time. Yes, he should be proud to be able to contend with Wang Jiani for such a long time. He was still a small saint now. If he grew into a saint venerable, he might be able to defeat Wang Jiani. Discussions sounded one after another. Of course, there were also people who sneered. Do you think he can still leave alive? Today is the day he dies. Lin Xian was indeed suppressed, but he was not afraid. He also laughed. Do you think you're the only one who has wind and thunder? Unfortunately, I also have 2 types of laws. As expected, the laws of wind and thunder erupted beside him at the same time. Once again, he blocked the 6 laws of the other party. At this moment, the 2 sword chis collided once again. The vast power caused the void to collapse continuously, and many large cracks appeared. The entire world began to shake violently. Retreat quickly. Lu Xuanqing, Yurua, and the others also quickly retreated. Useless brat, my 6 types of laws are independent of each other. The power of the 8-fold sword formation is endless, and you only have the 5 elemental laws. The laws of wind and thunder can't be integrated into your sword technique at all. Wang Jiani sneered. He unleashed his power again, wanting to turn the whole world upside down. The power emitted a primordial aura. Yu Ruv and Lu Yuan were also a little worried because Wang Jiani was right. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who told you that I still have the 5 elemental sword formation? My current formation is called the 7 slaughter sword formation. Feel the power of my sword technique. Lin Xian let out a roar as the 7 types of laws surged continuously, erupting with boundless might. Heaven and earth were split open, and there was a powerful force that seemed to have crossed time and space. At this moment, the 7 laws were connected, and each of them had an extremely strong killing power. They were as dazzling as divine swords. No way, this kid's formation is even stronger! Everyone exclaimed. Wang Jianyi was also pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and roared. So what if it's the 7 slaughter formation? 8-fold sword formation. Rise for me! The last 2 laws also erupted, the law of mountain and the law of lake. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of mountains surrounded the land. The ground had turned into a swamp, which was incomparably strange. At this moment, the 8 laws revolved around each other, tearing everything apart and completely enveloping the 7 annihilation sword formation once again. The battle between the 2 was extremely shocking. Lu Xuanqing was extremely nervous. He could not tell how the battle was going. From afar, Lu Yuan asked, "What do you think?" Yu Ruo's eyes were black and white. They bloomed with an extremely strange light. She said with a frown, "Not good, the 8-fold sword formation was really terrifying. The 8 types of laws fused together, and actually gave birth to the aura of chaos." "What?" Lu Yan's expression changed when he heard that. The aura of chaos? How was that possible? Was this Wang Jianyi able to merge the 8 sword arts to such an extent? It was too unbelievable. As expected, the 8 types of laws revolved around each other. A chaotic sword beam was directly activated by the 7 kills sword array and slashed at Lin Xian. With a clang, Lin Xian was sent flying. A sword wound appeared on his body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. The spectators also exclaimed in surprise. What was that? Some of them were shocked. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also shocked. They cheered happily. The chaotic sword beam was actually condensed into a chaotic sword beam. It was really unbelievable. They did not expect Wang Jianyi's strength to be so powerful. The spectators were even more shocked when they heard that. Chaos was the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. It was really shocking that this guy could actually manifest it. The people from Wushuang's city had ugly expressions. Not good, the sword maniac is in danger. Wushuang's sage king also frowned. Little junior brother, how are you going to block it? Lin Xian felt the change in his opponent's sword energy. His eyes also lit up. This aura was not the aura of the 8 types of laws. It was the aura of the fusion of laws. Kid, are you shocked? Let me tell you, this is a chaotic sword beam. You can't block it at all. Next, I'll let you know what despair is. Chaotic sword beam? Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was indeed very powerful. Was his opponent already able to use such sword energy? At the same time, the battle attracted the attention of the experts from all over the world. They were originally scattered, but now they were all gathered together. When they saw the chaotic sword beam, they were all stunned. This Wang Jianyi was too powerful. Some of the experts from Wushuang City frowned. Chao Tianxing's eyes also lit up. On the other side, Gu Feng stood in the void, bobbing up and down. He was indeed a peerless enemy. He muttered to himself. Qin Xiener, Guan Sanghai, and the rest also frowned. It was obvious that Wang Jianyi's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that this guy had a temporary breakthrough and fused the chaotic sword beam? This sword maniac was finished. Discussions were heard all around. None of them believed that Lin Xian would be able to withstand the attack. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing also came. She was watching from afar, and her heart was also in her mouth. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Chaotic sword energy? It seemed that he could only show his true strength. To be honest, he wanted to hide some of his strength. But Wan Jian's strength made it impossible for him to hide. Since that was the case, then let's fight it out. What? Do you still want to fight me? Wan Jian shook his head. You are not my opponent at all. You can't block my chaotic sword beam. Wan Jian pushed the eightfold sword formation and charged over. Yu Ru and Lu Yuan frowned when they saw this scene. Should they make a move? After all, the other party had temporarily joined their Wushuang city's camp. They would not leave him in the lurch. The two of them took a deep breath and prepared to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Around the original 7 laws, another law appeared. A law that was as bright as a ray of light illuminated the 9 heavens like the sun. As soon as it appeared, it lit up the entire sky. Countless people were shocked. This kid actually had a law. The 8th law had appeared. But it was still not enough. If it was just 8 laws, it would not be able to block the eightfold sword formation. After all, the other party had fused 8 laws to form the chaotic sword beam. Sure enough, Wan Jian was also stunned. Do you still have a trump card? But you can't do anything to me. He rushed over even faster. Lin Xian, on the other hand, continued to wave his hand. After the 8th law, the 9th law appeared. It was a pitch-black law. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt their bodies shaking and their blood solidifying. It was as if their lives were about to be taken away. The 9th law had appeared. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying cold law. This guy had actually mastered 9 laws. Everyone was shocked. Who exactly was this sword maniac? It was too terrifying. Chapter 42-48. Yu Ru and Lu Yuan were also stunned. They originally thought that Lin Xian had lost, but now it seemed that it was not necessarily the case. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move. Chao Tianxing's eyes lit up. Is he going to fight with all his might? He whispered. Murong Qingqing was also nervous. It seemed that Lin Xian did not intend to hold back at all. After the solar and death laws appeared, Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he let the 2 laws fuse. They formed a Tai Chi diagram. What's that? Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, and some of their pupils constricted. How is that possible? Yin-yang fish? Could it be the law of yin and yang? This guy actually knows a type of origin source law. Everyone went crazy. How is that possible? Wan Jian also stopped, looking extremely shocked. 5 elements sword formation and the law of yin and yang? How is that possible? Could it be that you're that person? Are you not dead? He was really too shocked. The more the other party used, the more he felt that the other party was that person. What's going on? Could it be that this sword maniac has some other identity? Some people discussed animatedly. However, some people's expressions became extremely ugly. They thought of someone who should not exist. Could it be you? You're not dead? Wan Jian shouted coldly. Lin Xian sneered and did not answer. Instead, he used the 9 laws to the extreme. 9 tribulations. The 9 laws descended from the sky like 9 heavenly tribulations, attacking the eightfold sword formation. The 2 sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. The eightfold sword formation was suppressed. Wan Jian was furious and quickly shot out a chaotic sword light. Lin Xian also shot out a yin-yang sword light. The 2 were like 2 divine swords that could devour the sky and split the earth. He blocked it. This kid really blocked it. When the spectators saw it, they could not believe it. That was a chaotic sword chi. No one would be able to block it. They did not expect the other party to know the yin-yang sword chi. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, some people's expressions became extremely ugly. For example, Sage King Skysoar, Sage King Desolate Heaven, and Sage King Silver Corpse's eyes shone with a shocking light. Sage King Silver Corpse's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Was it that guy? But that guy had already been killed by him. He was still not sure. Damn it. Wang Jianyi was roaring nonstop as well. He had not expected that even after unleashing his chaotic sword light, he would still be unable to do anything to his opponent. Chaos destroyed the heavens. He raised his head and roared. The eightfold sword formation quickly fused together, and the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. So what if you have the 9 tribulations? I can still kill you. Is that so? Lin Xian unleashed the power of the 9 laws even more terrifyingly, blocking the chaotic sword light. He said at the same time, "Do you think that your eightfold sword formation is really that powerful? Today, I'll break it for you." At this point, another precept rushed out from his body. That was the law of the sword, which was abnormally terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar. It was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected. The 10th law had appeared. Countless people were stunned. A single person had actually grasped 10 types of laws. How heaven-defying was that? The addition of the 10 bells law caused the sword formation to change once again. Lin Xian roared in all directions. It was like a peerless sword. Absolute kill of all sides. Boom! Boom! The power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted at this moment. The dragon-shaped sword shadow directly slashed out, colliding with the chaotic sword chi. Clang! The eightfold sword formation finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the chaotic sword light was sent flying. The eightfold sword formation shattered, and Wang Jianyi's body split open. Impossible, right? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The people of the Wang Jianyi pavilion roared crazily. The eightfold sword formation was defeated. Damn it! At the same time, some people exclaimed. It was that kid who didn't die. The 3 sage kings suddenly stood up, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from their eyes. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. Lin Xian was still alive. And his strength had become so terrifying. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that Lin Wudi? Heavens, wasn't he killed by the yellow spring Dao diagram of the Silver Corpse Sage King? How could he still be alive? At this moment, everyone went crazy when they heard this news. Legend had it that Lin Xian was hit by the Sage King. If a minor saint was hit by the Sage King's attack, his soul would definitely be destroyed. But now, Lin Xian had come out alive. What was going on? How could it be? The soaring Sage King frowned and looked at the Silver Corpse Sage King. The Silver Corpse Sage King frowned. I don't know either. I did hit him. Could it be that he still has a trump card? It's actually you? You didn't die? Countless exclamations could be heard from within the cracked space. For example, the people of the Yellow Spring Palace, the Great Desolate Mansion, and even Gu Feng's pupils shrank. Their faces darkened. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "That's right, it's me. I'm still alive." "Why? You didn't expect it, right?" At the same time, his gaze pierced through the void, as if he could see through everything. "Silver Corpse Sage King, you attacked me without caring about anything back then. Today, I'll make the Yellow Spring Palace pay a painful price. And you, the Demon City and the Great Desolate Mansion, I won't let any of you off." Lin Xian's voice was filled with strong killing intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. Such a genius had survived in the hands of the Sage King and had returned. What would happen next? No one dared to imagine. At the same time, some of them were enlightened. No wonder he was so against the Demon City and the other saint cities. So this was the reason. Damn it! The people of the Yellow Spring Palace gritted their teeth. The other saint cities were also furious. On the other hand, the people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. The corner of Wushuang Sage King's mouth curled into a smile. Finally, he revealed his identity. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. It was time for the final battle. Lu Xuanqin was completely stunned. She had always thought that her greatest opponent in the future would be senior brother Wan Jiani. However, she did not expect that her godlike senior brother would lose. He even lost to a minor saint. Was this man the legendary invincible Lin? She looked ahead, her heart trembling. Lin Xian looked at her and said coldly, "Wan Jiani has lost. Are you going to submit to me?" Lu Xuanxin's face turned pale. Submit to him? She was unwilling. However, the scene in front of her was too shocking. However, at this moment, a roar was heard. The shattered blood mist turned into Wan Jiani's figure again. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured. However, he did not die. His entire body seemed to have merged with the eightfold sword formation. There was also a chaotic aura surrounding him. "It's really you! You're still alive!" Wan Jiani roared crazily. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. "You're still alive?" As he spoke, he attacked again. The eightfold sword formation attacked crazily. Wan Jiani kept vomiting blood. "Damn it! Stop it!" The people of the Wan Jiani pavilion rushed over, wanting to stop them. However, at this moment, Yu Rua and Lu Yuan also moved. "Why? Do you want to fight as a team? Do you think we're air?" Lu Yuan snorted. Thousands of mountains, flying away. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared. Countless light blades began to scatter in the void. Thousands of paths, all traces of people disappeared. Another terrifying roar was heard. Then, a destructive aura rushed towards the people of the Wan Jiani pavilion. Those people roared crazily and fought back. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Of course, there were also people who rushed out. After all, those who could come here were all experts. Some experts rushed out and attacked the two people. At the same time, there were terrifying figures moving in the distance. Obviously, the Wan Jiani pavilion was not the only sacred city. The other sacred cities had also made their moves. Chapter 42-49. You want to fight? Yuro roared as her black and white eyes turned. A black ink plate and a white light rotated in the sky as terrifying souls rushed out. The surrounding time seemed to have turned black and white as everyone was pulled into a strange soul illusion. They felt a huge impact on their souls. Lone fishing, cold river snow. Lu Yuan formed a seal with her palm and the surrounding ice started to blow. Those who were trapped in the illusion were frozen. They were shattered by countless illusions of mountains. All of a sudden, all kinds of miserable cries were heard. "Quick, attack! We can't let the people from Akron Hall reach us." Countless laws were hammered down. On the other side, the people from Myriad Demon City also attacked. All kinds of demonic beasts roared between heaven and earth. There were even many people from Great Desolate Mansion who summoned barren figures. They attacked. In an instant, a huge battle broke out as many people charged towards Yurua and Lu Yuan. Some of them charged towards Lin Xian as they felt that he was more dangerous, and they had to get rid of him quickly. Lu Xuanxin formed the Xiantian sword formation to block them. To be honest, he didn't want to bully Wan Jiani with numbers. However, if he didn't attack now, Wan Jiani might be killed. Buzz! The Xiantian sword formation erupted again with boundless power. It cooperated with the eightfold sword formation to resist Lin Xian's 10 ultimate sword formation. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Murong Qingqing appeared and fought with the 9 slashes of Kunlun against the Xiantian white sword. The two beautiful figures clashed. Lin Xian snorted. "Wan Jiani, do you think you can escape?" The 10 ultimate sword formation erupted, causing Wan Jiani to vomit blood again as his body cracked. "Damn it!" Wan Jiani roared. He knew that he was no match for Lin Xian. He couldn't believe it, and could only escape quickly. "Come quickly!" he roared as he wanted to seek help. 5 people from Myriad Sword Pavilion rushed over. They released their peerless sword techniques, and their killing intent sword. Lin Xian roared furiously as he unleashed 10 types of magical laws and attacked madly. With a slash of his sword, the 5 people were completely penetrated by the sword chi. Their souls were destroyed. At this moment, the people from Myriad Demon City and Acheron Hall also attacked. 8 silhouettes rushed towards him. Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword spirit completely erupted. 10 types of laws, the 10 ultimate sword formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of slaughter. There was simply no one who could stop him, and he was extremely overbearing. The spectators outside were all stupefied. What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this brat trying to defy the heavens? Wan Jianyi's body tensed up again. If it wasn't for the 8-fold sword formation and the primal chaos sword light, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, his situation was still very dangerous. He could be destroyed by his opponent's sword formation at any time. 2 desolate sabers descended from the sky. The 3 yellow springs diagrams in front of them kept spinning. The 2 greater demons at the back quickly attacked. Heavens! Lin Xian's chi and blood were roiling from the attacks. Now that he had revealed his identity, he no longer hid it. 9 Yang divine body. The golden light made him look like a golden god of war. He blocked the power. At the same time, he activated his sword chi again. No one could stop him. Pen. In the end, he used the powerful 10 ultimate sword formation to break the 8 ultimate sword formation and pierce through Wan Jianyi's body. Wan Jianyi used the chaotic sword light to defend, but his body was completely destroyed. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit made it impossible for him to recover. In the end, the chaotic sword light protected his head. Damn it! Save me! Wan Jianyi was truly terrified. This was his last hope. If his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to revive. With a scream, the chaotic sword light was sent flying again. Everyone went crazy. But at this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the sky and swallowed him. Lin Xian's sword also missed. It pierced through the void and did not hit the other party's head. Did he escape? Impossible. Lin Xian used the heaven-level God's Eye. At this moment, he stared at a figure. A hazy figure descended from the sky and stood there, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Gu Feng. Lin Xian's face darkened. Gu Feng was a genius of the space element. He was the one who used the void great divine ability to move the other party's head away. Why? Do you want to save him? Ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. Lin Xian's voice was cold. On the other side, many spatial cracks appeared on Gu Feng's body. His body seemed to have completely merged with the world. A terrifying aura spread. The 2 of them faced each other, while the surrounding people were fighting. Yu Ruo, Lu Yuan, Murong Qingqing, and the surrounding people attacked, forming a terrifying attack. However, there were too many people around them, so they were gradually suppressed. Murong Qingqing snorted and released the light of Kunlun. Immediately, the people of the Kunlun pavilion in the distance quickly came to help. But it was not enough. This time, the other party had at least 4 sacred cities, while they only had 2 sacred cities. Fortunately, Murong Qingqing and the others were all top experts, so they could fight against many people at once. That was why they were in a stalemate. The faces of the people of the 4 sacred cities became extremely ugly. They had suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, the other party was only slightly injured. None of them died, which made them go crazy. Lu Xuanqin also retreated. Her face was full of disbelief. The crowd scattered, forming a confrontation. They all looked forward. In front, Lin Xian and Gu Feng were facing each other. The aura on their bodies was getting more and more terrifying. Especially the 10 types of laws on Lin Xian's body, which turned into 10 divine swords and swept in all directions. Even the people of the 4 sacred cities felt their scalps go numb. The other party was just a minor saint, but the power of his swords could easily kill them. Gu Feng was even more terrifying. The other saint sovereigns could not resist him. However, he seemed to be fine. A dozen large cracks appeared around him, tearing the void apart. All the terrifying sword chi were swallowed by him. From the looks of it, he should have been exiled into the void. Lin Xian did not act rashly because the space technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the other party was from the monarch clan. He must have cultivated the void scripture. It was probably more terrifying than Wang Jianyi's eightfold sword formation. On the other side, Gu Feng also did not act. To be honest, although he had an extremely powerful space technique, the space technique was too powerful. But the other party's law was too strong. It could even transform into a yin-yang image, which really surprised her. Lin Xian. Very good. You are not dead. Looks like we will have a battle in the end. But not now. Next time. Gu Feng's body gradually disappeared into the void. His voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian said coldly, I will be waiting for you at any time. When Gu Feng disappeared, the faces of the people of the four sacred cities became even uglier. Lu Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This Gu Feng was not simple. He was the king of space. That was not something that could be said casually. Yurua also nodded solemnly. Her black and white eyes sensed carefully. She then said, He should have left. Chapter 4250. Although Gu Feng had left, the people from the four great sacred cities were still here, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They had already sent out a signal, and more experts would come to support them. Sure enough, many figures appeared in the surroundings, and a few of them were abnormally powerful. A demonic ape walked out from the myriad demon cities' side with a terrifying aura. With the stomp of its foot, countless large cracks spread across the ground, turning the ground into a canyon. A few terrifying figures also came from the great desolate mansion, and one of them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a bronze coffin. It was really strange. His appearance shocked countless people. In addition, 6 experts from the Acheron Hall came, and 2 of them were abnormally strange. They were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe, and the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them were abnormally mysterious. The cold aura from their bodies made everyone's scalp tingle. The experts from the 3 great sacred cities arrived one after another, but the morale of the Myriad Sword Pavilion was somewhat low. After all, Wang Jianyi was killed until only his head was left, and he fled in a panic. Even if he survived, he would be seriously injured. Their confidence was damaged. Lu Xuanxin also left, and the remaining people were also terrified. However, people from the Thunder God City came. One of them held the Great Path of Thunder, and it was very terrifying. They surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and it seemed that a terrifying battle was about to break out. However, Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Did they really think that there was no one on our side? Buzz! The sound of a guqin could be heard. Then, countless laws were blown down, and a person carrying a guqin descended. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she had a transcendent aura. However, the sound of the guqin was mesmerizing, and they almost vomited blood and died. Everyone was shocked. Another expert had arrived. It was King Wushuang's 4th disciple, Gao Jianfei. The person who came shouted coldly. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. A person who was like a divine king had arrived. He looked disdainfully in all directions, stepping on the phantom of a divine beast, and endless light surrounded his body. He appeared as if he was a king. He said coldly, I am King Wushuang's 7th disciple, Lan Naojuan. Everyone was shocked. It was another 2 powerful geniuses from Wushuang City. Although there weren't many people, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Just a few of you dared to contend with us? A woman in a white dress from the Acheron Palace sneered. The man in black armor next to her also snorted coldly, unable to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try and see if it can't withstand a single blow? Another voice rang out as two streaks of light streaked across the sky. It's Senior Marshal Brother Fu. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, the person who came was Fu Hongye. His body was surrounded by laws, and he could attack at any time. Beside him was a figure. It was also a beautiful woman. There was a sly smile on her face, and she did not show any fear because of the terrifying battle. I am King Wu Shuang's fifth disciple, Shangguan Shaoxian. Buzz. Xin Jingqiu came to Lin Xian's side and looked at him. Apart from senior brother Linghu, most of the people on our side have already arrived. Peerless City's lineup was very strong. Every one of them was a top figure. They were fearless in the face of the 5 great holy cities. Your Wushuang city really doesn't know how to live. Now, surrender obediently and accept our judgment. The woman in white from Acheron Palace said coldly. You dare to judge me? Shangguan Shaoxian walked out. What? You want to fight one-on-one? The woman in white also walked out. The two of them stood in the void. Suddenly, the woman in white attacked. A Acheron sword slashed out. At the same time, the Acheron scroll and the Acheron chain flew out. She attacked with a fatal blow. Terrifying laws and supernatural powers surged out. It seemed like nothing could stop them. Everyone was watching, wondering how Shangguan Shaoxian was going to defend herself. Shangguan Shaoxian did not care. She waved her hand and took out a golden brush and a book. Like a scholar, the golden brush drew one golden Dao pattern after another in the air. It was just a few strokes, but it formed a picture. It was a heavenly master holding a rune to suppress the ghosts under his feet. This golden picture carried with it an overwhelming aura as it pressed forward. The woman in white was disdainful at first, but when she felt the aura from the picture, her face changed. She frantically retreated. The righteous aura was very effective against her. Soon, all the supernatural powers she cast were shattered. She also suffered from the impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister! Seeing this, the man in black armor shouted angrily. He stomped his foot and rushed over. He drew a black torrent, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed at the golden picture in front of him with his sword. In the next moment, the collision of the two produced a deafening sound. The heavenly master protection on the golden picture seemed to have come alive. She waved her hand and shot the rune at the man in black armor. The man in black armor was also on guard. However, the woman in white attacked again. The killing sword in her hand pierced the golden rune. The two of them joined forces to attack Shangguan Shaoxian. Are they trying to bully me with numbers? Gao Jianfei walked over from behind. He took out the guqin on his back and played it with his fingers. High mountain and flowing water, heavenly sound kill. An extremely terrifying sound wave of heavenly sound rushed out. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them joined forces and sent the 2 Saint Venerables from Acheron Palace flying. Countless exclamations were heard. The people from Acheron Palace looked pale. They did not expect the two of them to lose. One should know that the two of them were known as the Acheron emissaries. They could not defeat the personal disciple of King Peerless? Damn it! The two of them gritted their teeth. At this moment, the middle-aged man from Great Desolation Mansion walked out. He placed the coffin on the ground. Immediately, the sky shook and the earth shook. He opened the coffin with force. He sneered. Everything was over. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Shangguan Shaoxian and Gao Jianfei's expressions changed. The two of them cast out their supernatural powers. The terrifying aura of desolation tore everything apart. However, they did not relax. They did not know what was inside. Buzz! After the coffin was opened, the palm that had been training reached out. There was only a palm and nothing else. However, the aura it carried was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the hand of a god could suppress everything. The golden picture that Shangguan Shaoxian cast out shattered. Even the sound wave of Gao Shan and Lu Shui was shattered. The two of them were shocked. What was that? Seeing this, Fu Hongye shouted coldly and quickly retreated. It was a secret treasure. Indeed, it should be a palm left behind by an ancient saint. The expert from Great Desolation Mansion must have practiced it. At this moment, there was a crack on the palm. A mysterious eye peeked out from the crack and emitted a terrifying light. Shangguan Shaoxian and Gao Jianfei immediately felt their bodies being restrained. They could not retreat at all. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He activated the 10 ultimate sword formation and slashed at the palm, sending it flying. You're courting death. How dare you stop me? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. He stretched out his palm. The mysterious eye in the palm could also affect one's soul. It was an all-out attack. If one was careless, one's soul would be shaken and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 42-51. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 10 severing swords carried a sharp sword aura that was capable of destroying everything. Therefore, the 10 extinction swords formation instantly enveloped the palm, and then shattered it. A crazy roar was heard as blood flowed. The middle-aged man vomited blood and flew backward. How dare you! He shouted angrily, but he was scared out of his wits because Lin Xian charged over with the sword formation. He was slashed into a bloody mist. Was he dead? Everyone was shocked. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Buzz! Someone from the demon city made a move. The woman formed a seal with her palms. Her 2 arms turned into 2 huge mysterious flowers. They were purple with strange Tao patterns on them. The flowers bloomed. A fragrance drifted out. Everyone was shocked and held their breaths. They were terrified. The 2 strange flowers attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. He waved the 10 extinction swords. However, at this moment, another figure walked out. It was Lingao Jun. As soon as Lingao Jun appeared, he said coldly, "Fleeting beauty." With a cold shout, the 2 mysterious flowers withered in an instant. Then, the woman's face turned pale as she roared in horror. Her arms fell to her sides. She no longer had any power. Everyone was shocked. It was too terrifying. Each of the personal disciples of unparalleled Sage King had strange laws. At this moment, they were really terrifying. For a moment, they suppressed the few great sage cities. However, at this moment, a palm reached out from the 9 heavens and grabbed Lin Xian. Indeed, the power contained in this palm was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the 10 extinction swords to block. The 10 swords of law continued to dance and slash at the palm. With a clang, he was forced back, his blood and qi churning. The surrounding people were all shocked. Who on earth could actually injure Lin Xian? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, today is the day you die. Then, a figure walked out. Huan Shusan. He actually came as well. Huan Shusan was an expert from the previous generation. Moreover, he was already a middle-stage Saint Venerable. Xiao Chen's strength far surpassed that of an early-stage Holy Venerate. As expected, once he made his move, Lin Xian's 10 absolute swords were unable to do anything to him. Lin Xian's face was cold. Fu Hongye walked out. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. He was also a middle-stage Holy Venerable, so the 2 of them fought for a long time. The other people shouted coldly and attacked. So what if the other party was strong? Sure enough, a spatial array appeared behind them, and the others were all teleported over. The number of people instantly increased by several times. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. The young Sky Prides weren't the only ones among them. Many older generation figures had come. Aside from Huang Shusan, many middle-stage holy venerates from the other holy cities also came. It could be said that Wushuang City's situation was extremely dangerous. Murong Qingqing also asked the Kunlun Pavilion to send some masters over. However, he was still unable to turn the situation around. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Those who were watching the battle outside all revealed cold smiles. Among them, the Acheron Palace's silver corpse, Holy King, looked at Wushuang Holy King and said coldly, "It's a pity that these genius disciples of yours are all going to fall here today. I wonder how you feel about this." Soaring Sky Holy King also snorted coldly. Dead geniuses were nothing. Only those who were alive had a future. They all had a hint of mockery. The people of Wushuang City had an ugly expression. Wushuang Holy King also said coldly, "You guys better not be happy too early. It's still not certain who will emerge victorious." "What? Are you guys thinking of turning the tables?" Desolate Sky Holy King sneered. "How is that possible? So what if the other party was a genius? There were only a few of them. They were no match for the other holy cities." The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They all felt that Wushuang City was really finished this time. They were surrounded, and none of them would be able to break out. These people are too despicable. Yu Ruo gritted her teeth. Shangguan Shaoxian and the others' faces also turned pale. They knew that the upcoming battle would be very difficult. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. As the third disciple, he was the leader now that Fu Hongye was not around. He was the leader, so he said, "Listen up, if there's a chance, break out of the encirclement. Leave by yourself. Leave as many as you can." Obviously, he was prepared for the worst. Everyone took a deep breath. However, Lin Xian said, "Senior brothers, don't worry. If they were to compete in numbers, they would be courting death." Hearing this, Yu Ruo and the others were stunned. What does he mean? One should know that even if all the people of Wushuang City came, there were only 11 of them. In addition to Murong Qingqing's Kunlun Pavilion, there were only 2 forces. It was impossible for them to fight back. On the opposite side, the people of Acheron Palace and Great Desolate Mansions sneered coldly. "You really don't know what's good for you. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I'll let you know what despair is." These people were emitting terrifying nomological laws. They would torture these people to death. Lin Xian sneered and didn't care. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of competing in numbers. In the next moment, he took out the blue dragon horn. Then, he used it, and a deep and resonant dragon roar spread out in all directions. Is it a sonic attack? Be careful. When the surrounding powerhouses of the holy city saw this scene, they quickly put up a defense. One nomological law after another was formed and shrouded them. However, they were soon stunned. Because they realized that it wasn't a sonic attack. They weren't affected. What's this then? The people outside were also stunned. Is this kid deliberately mystifying them? When the powerhouses of the Dragon Clan all over the world heard this sound, their expressions changed. It was the sound of the blue dragon horn. It was the sound of gathering. Go quickly. The people of the 3 dragon clans quickly gathered in the direction of the sound. On the other side, the powerhouses of the holy cities were furious. They felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. This kid was deliberately mystifying them. Ignore them and attack directly. These people were angry. The nomological laws on their bodies completely erupted. However, at this moment, a dragon's voice came from afar. Then, countless dragon auras sounded between heaven and earth. Dragon shadows rushed into the clouds. He quickly rushed over here. The Blue Dragon Clan was here. An angry roar sounded. Then, the people of the Blue Dragon Clan descended from the sky. They arrived nearby. The surrounding people were stunned. Are the people of the Dragon Clan here? The situation of the battle had become even more confusing. The people of the Acheron Palace frowned. People of the Dragon Clan? Ignore them. The people of the Demon City walked out and said, "Friends of the Dragon Clan, we are dealing with some matters. Please don't interfere." The one who spoke was a pitch-black lion. He was also a mutant. He was very powerful. However, after the powerhouses of the Blue Dragon Clan heard this, they snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, they went directly to Lin Xian and the others. Sword Maniac, it's really you. Meng Qing smiled. As for the powerhouses of the Blue Dragon clan, their expressions were solemn. They took a deep breath. Young master, why did you summon us? What's going on? The people of the Demon City were stunned. The Dark Lion's expression also became incomparably ugly. He was a mid-stage holy venerable and a mutant. The people of the Blue Dragon clan dared to ignore him. The others were even more shocked. The people of the Blue Dragon clan were so respectful to Lin Xian. What was going on? Chapter 4252. Even the elders of the holy cities outside were stunned. The experts of the 3 holy cities took a deep breath. They naturally knew what it was, but they didn't say anything. And in the trial space, there were countless terrifying sword lights slashing over from afar. Were the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion here again? They all turned their heads to look. But soon they realized that it wasn't the case. Because these sword lights carried an extremely powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons. People of the Saber Dragon race. The people of the Demon City exclaimed. The people of the other sacred cities were also shocked. Another dragon race had arrived. When the people of the dragon race arrived, they also looked at Lin Xian. Why did the young master summon us? What? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What was going on? The Saber Dragon race was actually so respectful to Lin Xian. From their words, it seemed that the 2 dragon races were here because of Lin Xian's summon. When did Lin Xian summon them? Could it be because of the horn just now? Winged Dragon race greets the young master. In the sky, a storm swept across the 9 heavens. One figure after another descended. Their wings covered the sky. They were the people of the Winged Dragon race. They also came and stood beside Lin Xian. The 3 dragon races had Lin Xian as their leader. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The sacred kings outside narrowed their eyes. Some of them looked at the 3 dragon races with a solemn expression. Among them, the Soaring Sky Sacred King gritted his teeth. Could it be that the kid had the Azure Dragon horn? That was a peerless treasure of the Azure Dragon race. It was actually obtained by a human. These sacred kings had naturally heard of the legend of the Azure Dragon horn. But in their opinion, it was impossible for such a thing to be spread. They didn't expect it to be in Lin Xian's hands. Damn it, they were too careless. The Desolate Sky Sacred King and the Silver Corpse Sacred King's faces turned ugly. Among them, the Soaring Sky Sacred King stood up and looked into the distance. Are the 3 dragon races really willing to listen to the orders of a human? Why don't we work together to kill that kid, and you guys can regain control of the Azure Dragon horn? This way, it will be beneficial to both of us. The moment these words came out, the other sacred kings gasped. It seemed that these people actually had designs on the dragon balls. The faces of the people from Peerless City changed. Peerless Saint King even stood up and sneered. What? You want to use despicable means again? You can try it. The powerhouses of the 3 dragon tribes looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. One of the elders stood up and said calmly, Soaring Sky Saint King, you must be joking. The Azure Dragon horn's approval is not something anyone can change. We are also powerless. After he finished speaking, he sat down again and no longer paid any attention to him. Damn it! Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned ugly. The other party was actually ignoring him. He couldn't believe it. The Silver Corpse Saint King and the others also had a cold expression as they communicated through voice transmissions. It was fine. So what if the 3 great dragon clans were here? We still have the advantage. Indeed, in addition to the Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, and Myriad Demon City, they also had the Lightning God's City and Myriad Sword Pavilion. They were the 5 forces. Other than that, they could also negotiate with the Purple Sun Palace and the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. They wanted the other party to join their camp. This way, they would become even stronger. He didn't believe that these people could overturn the heavens. In the space, the people of the 5 sacred cities were also shocked. Even the people of Peerless City were shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I have summoned you guys here for a reason. Follow me to battle." "All right." Meng Qing nodded. She and Lin Xian were friends, so she naturally wouldn't have any objections. The people of the Winged Dragon Tribe and Sword Dragon Tribe were stunned. To be honest, they weren't willing to fight with the 5 sacred cities. They didn't want to be involved in this mess. But when they saw the Azure Dragon Horn in Lin Xian's hand, they sighed. The other party had the Azure Dragon Horn, which could command the dragons. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "What right do you have to order us around?" The moment this voice rang out, the people of the 3 Dragon Balls were stunned. What was going on? They had already recognized the other party's identity. Who was the one resisting? Lin Xian frowned as well. He turned around and saw 2 figures flying over from afar. They were beginner sacred masters. One of them was like a demonic beast, with a demonic aura around him. He even had scales on his face and a tail on his back. He must be from the Flood Dragon tribe. Lin Xian frowned. Beside the woman stood a burly man with dragon horns on his forehead. The aura of the Way of the Dragon on his body was extremely powerful. "What's going on?" Lin Xian frowned. Meng Qing was also stunned. She then said, "Sangju, what are you doing? Are you going against the orders of the Azure Dragon Horn?" This man was from the Azure Dragon tribe. He had been training in the outside world. This time, he joined in to oppose Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly when he saw the other party. He took out the Azure Dragon Horn. When Sangju saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A third eye appeared in the middle of his brows. It was the eye of the Azure Dragon. It was emitting a green light and looked extremely mysterious. He fixed his gaze on the Azure Dragon Horn. "Brat, this item belongs to the Dragon tribe. What right do you have to take it?" "Hand over the Azure Dragon Horn obediently, and I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." A cold voice sounded. The lady from the Demon tribe laughed. "Since when did the Dragon tribe allow a human to manipulate them? I think you guys should listen to Sangju." When she said this, the faces of the 3 dragon tribes darkened. The people from the Demon City sneered because the lady from the Demon tribe was on their side. From the looks of it, they had already succeeded. Let these people fight amongst themselves first. Why? Are your souls affected? You're Sangju, right? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Don't you know who I am? I'll give you one last chance. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sangju sneered. You're just an ant and you want to order me around. I have the eye of the Azure Parasol. I'm the best candidate for the Azure Dragon Horn. Now I want it back to its rightful owner. With a roar, the dragon aura on his body surged. The eye between his brows emitted a shocking light and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He attacked mercilessly. The 10 laws formed the 10 ultimate formation again and attacked, shattering that green gaze into pieces. In the next moment, his cold voice sounded. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Dragon Tribe's breathing technique. A terrifying dragon aura surged. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a resurrected dragon. The powerful dragon aura shrouded the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's face changed. This aura. Is this brat really a human? Is he also a member of the Dragon Ball? Sangju was originally disdainful. As long as he killed this human brat, he would be able to get the Azure Dragon Horn. By then, he would be able to command the 3 dragon tribes. Who would be able to go against him? But now, when he sensed the aura coming from this person, his expression changed. Impossible! What a terrifying dragon aura! No one in the 3 dragon tribes could use it. Who was this person? Why was his dragon aura so pure? Could it be that he was more powerful than the 3 dragon tribes? Or was he from the Emperor tribe, the nest of 10,000 dragons? At this moment, he was scared out of his wits. Chapter 42-53. The aura was too terrifying. The lady from the Jiao Dragon tribe was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. Sung Ju, who was beside him, looked pale as he roared crazily. Impossible! When he realized that it was the truth, he quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? With a roar, he unleashed his power. The 10 extinction swords turned into an eternal radiance and slashed forward. The sword slashed down, and Seng Ju was split into 2. His soul was destroyed. Was he killed? The people from the Blue Dragon tribe narrowed their eyes. The others were also shocked. Lin Xian said coldly as he held the Blue Dragon leg in his hand. Who would dare to disobey? At this moment, the 3 dragon tribes were convinced. Lin Xian's voice continued to resound. Everyone obeyed and attacked the 5 sacred cities. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged forward. The 10 extinction swords formation exploded and split 2 sacred masters apart. The other 4 sacred masters were sent flying backward. Damn it! Fight back! The people from the 5 sacred cities also roared in anger and quickly attacked. In an instant, the people from the Kunlun Pavilion and the 3 dragon tribes also erupted. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Everyone was stunned. Such a battle was enough to destroy everything. Fortunately, this was the trial ground. It was a supreme existence that had been set up for tens of thousands of years. That was why they could withstand it. Otherwise, no matter how many worlds there were outside, they would have been destroyed. Lin Xian was unstoppable as he destroyed everything in his path. No one could stop him. In the end, only the middle sacred masters could come forward. The one who attacked was the Dark Lion from the Demon's City. He roared and charged forward. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The 10 extinction swords formation was in front of him, and he was forced to retreat. However, in the process of retreating, he had injured 2 experts from the Great Desolate Mansion. One could imagine his strength. How would the situation turn out? Those who were watching the battle outside looked extremely solemn. No one could predict the outcome of such a battle. The people from the Acheron Hall gritted their teeth. The sacred kings looked extremely solemn. They couldn't wait to rush in and kill everyone. The battle was exceptionally intense. At that moment, countless purple auras appeared in the sky. Another holy city had joined in. The people from the Purple Sun Palace had come. Which force did they come to join? After the people from Purple Sun Palace arrived, they actually joined Yellow Spring Palace. The 5 great sacred cities of the Acheron Hall were overjoyed. This was great. Their side had become the 6 great sacred cities. They didn't believe that the other party could resist them. Lin Xian roared. Aside from the aura of the Way of the Dragon, there was also an extremely terrifying devil Qi. He swung his sword at the sky. The heavenly devil cover region. Boundless demonic clouds billowed with terrifying power. Then, the demons in the distance also rushed over. The members of the Sky Devil race quickly descended. Lin Xian brandished his sword. Kill! The Sky Demons joined the fray and charged over. Did the Heavenly Devil tribe join in as well? The people from the Acheron Palace and the Great Desolation Mansion looked grim once again. The small advantage he had just gained was gone again. However, they soon despaired. Because they realized that this was just the beginning. Then, countless bells rang in the distance. Xiener came with the people from the Acacia Palace and said with a smile, Lin Gongzi, I'm here to help you. She also joined Lin Xian's side, increasing the power of Lin Xian's side once again. Not long after, Guan Songhai also came. Sword Maniac, I didn't expect you to be Lin Wudi. You really surprised me. He laughed, and also joined Lin Xian's side. In an instant, Lin Xian's side became the 8 great sacred cities. There was a shocking reversal of the situation. The people from the Acheron Palace couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were retreating. Run! The difference between the 2 great sacred cities was too great for them to resist. Therefore, these people prepared to retreat. They were really mad. To be honest, they never thought that Lin Xian could gather the 8 great sacred cities. It was simply heaven-defying. Those who were watching the battle outside were also shocked. The sacred kings all stood up, their faces were incomparably ugly. Their hearts were bleeding. With such a difference in strength, they couldn't resist at all. In just a short while, many of their geniuses and experts had fallen. Damn it! Xiang's sacred king roared, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Wushuang's sacred king snorted coldly. Serves them right. Wushuang's city and Xiang Palace didn't have any grudges, but they chose to go against them at the critical moment. Now that they were killed, it could only be said that they deserved it. As for the people from the Acheron Palace and the great desolate mansion, their teeth were about to shatter. They really didn't expect that a dead young man was still alive. Moreover, it brought about such an earth-shattering change. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead and rushed over with his men. With the 10-terminal formation activated, he seemed to have turned into a killing god. Ordinary early-stage sacred venerables couldn't resist at all. Only mid-stage sacred venerables could resist. The 6 great sacred cities, who were originally proud, were now forced to retreat. Above the 9 heavens, Huang Shisan, who was fighting with Fu Hongye, was also angry when he saw this scene. Damn it! His figure flickered and wanted to go down to help, but Fu Hongye shot out a red leaf light. It formed a crack in the sky, blocking his path. Your opponent is me. Damn it! Huang Shisan shouted angrily. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? At this moment, he unleashed his strength, and the desolation aura on his body kept shattering. He summoned a desolate valley. Countless phantoms appeared from it, and rushed towards Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye's body shone brightly, and the phantoms of maple leaves appeared behind her. Endless maple leaves, along with terrifying laws, rushed over. Both of them were really angry. The battle was terrifying. In the trial ground, in an uninhabited mountain range, the void cracked open. A figure walked out. It was Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng was expressionless as he walked inside. A voice came from inside. Who is it? As soon as the voice came out, the surrounding mountains kept shattering. Gu Feng said. It's me. A figure floated out from the crack. It was actually a head, surrounded by chaotic sword light. It was Wan Jianyi, who had escaped previously. Wan Jianyi's injuries were too serious. Moreover, he was injured by the 10 ultimate sword formation and the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, his broken body couldn't recover in a short time. But fortunately, with Gu Feng's help, he was able to escape. As long as he had enough resources and time, he could recover. Thank you for your help this time. Don't worry, I'll remember this favor. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. A look of gratitude appeared in Wan Jianyi's eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of killing intent. That damned Lin Wudi, I'll definitely not let him go. The pain I suffered today, I'll pay it back 10,000 times in the future. Hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? I have something I need your help with now. What is it? Wan Jianyi was surprised. He was seriously injured now, and his strength was very weak. Now that Gu Feng wanted his help, he was very puzzled. Gu Feng flipped his hand and took out an ancient rune. He said, It's simple. That is, submit to me. Chapter 42-54. This sudden change left Wan Jianyi dumbfounded. When he was enveloped by the ancient runes, he felt an intense soul attack. Then, he roared crazily. "Damn it, what are you doing?" The wanton sword light that surrounded him also rushed out, as if it could slash the heavens and destroy the earth. Gu Feng used his spatial divine ability to create many large cracks, directly banishing the power of the chaotic sword light into the void universe. In the next moment, he said coldly, "Don't you want to repay me? Then I'll use you. Damn it, you want me to be your battle servant? What a joke." Wang Jianyi also understood that he was really angry. Previously, he was still grateful that Gu Feng had joined forces with him. But who would have thought that Gu Feng was targeting him? He was a peerless sword venerable, extremely powerful, and had mastered the eightfold sword formation and cultivated the chaotic sword qi. His future was limitless. How could he lower his head to others? "It's useless, stop struggling. If you were at your peak, I naturally wouldn't dare to use such methods to subdue you. But now you're heavily injured and can't even use 1/10 of your power. Although you have the chaotic sword qi, it's just a trace, it's really too little. How can you fight against me at my peak?" Speaking of this, the spatial laws on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if the entire world was under his control. "Damn it," Wang Jianyi gritted his teeth. "Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. I might even drag you down with me." Speaking of this, the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. But he still underestimated Gu Feng. A terrifying black hole appeared on Gu Feng's body, directly enveloping the chaotic sword light. At the same time, his cold voice sounded. "Don't worry, I'm not making you my battle servant, I'm just planting a seal in your soul. I only need you to help me with some things. I won't make things difficult for you. As for your soul, it's no different from usual, and I'll even give you a chance." "What chance?" Wang Jianyi was stunned. He didn't believe it. Because Gu Feng obviously wanted to control him and borrow his power. "The chaotic energy that you cultivated is too weak. I can send you to the real chaotic land to cultivate. I can let you cultivate the sword of chaos completely." "What?" Wang Jianyi's pupils shrank, then he snorted. "What kind of joke is this? Do you think I'm so gullible?" Gu Feng sneered. "You are too naive. The place I am talking about is naturally not the second astral realm, but planet Xuan. To tell you the truth, I came from planet Xuan. Planet Primordial had a holy land called the All Beginnings Holy Land, which cultivated the primal chaos energy. As for the legends of planet Primordial, I think you should have heard some of them." Once these words were spoken, Wang Jianyi fell silent. Indeed, among the myriad of worlds there were two worlds that were the most unique. Planet Xuan was one of them. At this moment, Gu Feng spoke again. "I have another secret to tell you. The person you hate the most is Lin Woody. He also comes from the origin star." "What?" Wang Jianyi's pupils shrank. This time, he was truly stunned. That guy was actually from the primordial star. No wonder he was so terrifying. "Damn it," he said through gritted teeth. "I can join hands with you, but can you not place a soul restriction on me?" Gu Feng's expression also turned cold. He said, "This is not up to you. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to listen to me and place a soul restriction on you, and I'll give you a good fortune. Or I'll destroy your soul." Wang Jianyi had no choice. He had no strength to resist at all. He could only listen to the other party. In the next moment, he felt the ancient runes enter his soul. Then, a tearing pain came over him, almost causing him to faint. In the next moment, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He felt an ancient voice in his soul reminding him. It told him to respect the person in front of him. He knew that he would never be able to escape from Gu Feng's control unless he could break through and become a sage king. Then, he would be able to get rid of the soul restriction. Very good. Gu Feng's lips curled up into a cold smile. Subduing such a peerless expert would make it much easier for him to act in the future. What happened here was very secretive. Other than the two of them, no one else knew about it. This was because the other people were attracted by the battle. The 6 great holy lands could not resist at all. Hence, they fled in all directions. On the other hand, the 8 forces led by Lin Xian continued their pursuit. At this moment, not only did they want to snatch the tokens, but they also wanted to eliminate these people as much as possible. Thus, a great pursuit began. In the sky, Fu Hongye and Huang Shi-san were also locked in a fierce battle. Desolate God's Claw. The terrifying desolation law gushed out like a flood. Nothing could stop it. Huang Shi-san's attack was extremely powerful. Those who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They were also looking forward to the battle and were shocked. They wondered how the battle between these 2 old enemies would turn out. Fu Hongye naturally felt the terrifying power coming from the desolate God's Claw. His opponent was extremely powerful. He did not dare to underestimate him. In the next moment, he formed seals with his palms. Countless red leaves appeared in his hands. Then, he waved his arms. The collision between the 2 was earth-shattering. Huang Shi-san had already summoned the desolate Grand Canyon. A few chains rushed out from the canyon. Then, there was a hazy figure. It was a majestic figure. It was abnormally powerful, like a deity. There was a terrifying aura about it. The experts of the sacred city outside were all shocked by this scene. What was that? Even the people from the great desolate mansion were stunned. Some of the elders gasped. Could it be that thing? Did Huang Shi-san succeed? Sacred King Desolate Heaven looked solemn. He did not expect the battle to reach such a stage. It was too much for Huang Shi-san to use such a technique. As soon as this majestic figure appeared, Fu Hongye continuously retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The red leaves he shot out turned into powder. There was nothing he could do. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Even Huang Shi-san's face turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the person he had summoned was beyond his control. He used his blood to draw something on his forehead. It was a mysterious rune. Then, he formed seals with his palms. Then, a crack appeared on his forehead. A stone tablet flew out from the crack. The stone tablet was covered with cracks. Some parts of it were even broken and incomplete. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. Once that majestic figure appeared, it let out a roar. He dashed towards Huang Shi-san. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the stone tablet. Huang Shi-san quickly retreated. His blood dyed the stone steel, drawing out one line after another as they floated into the air. Then, a cold voice sounded. Kill him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.